Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historic shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area, and we recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved that the July 17th, 2025 agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Councillor Richards.
Regarding the delegation 9A, as I own the marina.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of June the 19th? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry, be it resolved the June 19th, 2025 regular and public meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. We have no public meetings today. However, we do have a presentation by Mr. Dyke, the CAO of the county. So if you'd like to come forward. Is the microphone turned on? Okay. Good morning.
Thank you for having me, Worship and Council. I think it's my second time presenting here. So it's nice. It feels like it's about 5 degrees cooler up here than it is down in Minden. So it was a nice change.
We're just a cool place.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you could sit in front of the
I'm
computer
short,
so
but now I
everybody
can't
can
see
see
anybody,
you.
So my apologies. Now I got to start myself as I talk. As I mentioned, it's a pleasure to be here, and the purpose today is provide council with an update of the second phase of the service delivery review that's run through being administered through the county, but run through the 4 local municipalities as well, and provide a brief overview of what happened in the first go around with the service delivery, which is primarily previous term of council to this one, and what we're looking at the scope of work and the program going forward with the second phase as well, and some slight changes to the actual implementation of the review and the timing perspective. Just some information on how some areas that were implemented during the first phase that I think we can make some strides forward to identify the success of those, but also ways we can improve their administration as we move forward as well. Next slide, please. I think it's important as we have this conversation to understand exactly what it is we're doing and more importantly, what we're not trying to do and through this exercise. And so the service review is just basically, it's a systematic review of everything we do, or in this case, certain scoped areas of what we do for ways of finding efficiencies and addressing areas of service delivery. And it may result in direct cost savings, but more likely not indirect cost savings. And when I mention that, it's around the area. If we can kind of make sure we're maximizing our efforts in a certain area that doesn't require additional monies into an area, well, that allows you to stay within your existing budget, just kind of moving resources around and also addressing resource to the impact on the human resource side of the staff work being done going forward. But also, I think importantly as well, is the improvement of service delivery itself and how we are meeting the needs of our customers. And by customers, I mean members of the public, but also, and more importantly, or as importantly, is the interaction between the county and the lower tiers and the local municipalities, or between the local municipalities themselves and how they deliver service going forward. And again, as noted on the slide, it focuses on enhancing the quality, accessibility of the programs, but also sustainability as well as services, that the programs are set up where it's actually a structural base and not dependent on the person running the service. A lot of times in smaller municipalities, you run a really good service, but you find it was actually the person running it, not the process or the structure itself, and making sure you can kind of marry the two, where you have a really good structure and have a really strong person in the role. So if that person leaves, the structure's still there, and the continuity going forward is strong. What it's not, it should not ever be viewed as actual cost cutting measure. Yes, there may be opportunities for direct cost savings. More often than not, it's indirect savings that you receive out of it. And that's important to note. And if you do say, if there is money saved, that's good. But it's more on the efficiency side of things as well, and value for money spent on a particular service. And the last part I'll note is that with the mandate given to me by County Council, this is not any form of look at a bigger picture of amalgamation. It's truly is a service review and how we deliver current services at both levels between the county and the local municipalities. Next slide, please. And again, as I mentioned quickly at the top, just a background of what happened to date, outline of the program we have and how we arrived at it, and overview of some of the implementations of phase one. There's, again, talk about the successes and areas of improvement, scope of work for phase two, and then the program for phase two phase two review and recommendation program. And I think it's maybe just easier if you have any questions, we can deal with them as we go, as opposed to holding them to the end, if that's all right, Your Worship. Next slide, please. Just from a background, as mentioned before, the original service delivery review was undertaken by Strategy Corp and during the last term of council, and presented to the previous councils in November of 2020. It was quite an ambitious undertaking at the time. Over 66 different service profiles were reviewed, and 200 different areas of opportunity identified, which was since then synthesized down to, I believe, roughly 12 high priority areas, as noted in the area. On the screen and within your report. Next slide, please. And also the report identified there was potential for $900,000 in direct and $210,000 in productivity gains. It's of those numbers identified, because of the implementation of the first phase, not all those numbers were realized because of which services were selected for implementation. And that's a method for tracking that as we go forward. The service areas that were identified, detailed review and a lot of work was put in by the staff teams that were created at the time to compile the information, do a really strong analysis on what was done, where the services wanted to go, and that was presented up through the Implementation Steering Committee, which is comprised of members of council. And from those areas that were brought forward, there was 6 areas that were identified for implementation: solid waste management, fire services, economic development, bylaw enforcement, procurement, and IT strategy. Next slide, please. And one additional one I think is important to note, and I gave it a separate slide because it was kind of the intangible side of things, was a focus on ways of increasing intermunicipal cooperation between the counties and local municipalities, and between the local municipalities themselves. And I'd say it's important to note that considerable movement and success has been achieved amongst ourselves to just work better together, better information share, better delivery of service, better support between the municipality. And that was I think a notable success that came out of the first go around going forward. And which is a testament to the staff itself that were working at the time and continuing going forward on that as well. I think that should be noted. With respect to, in the interest of time, the report that I provided and the attachment of a previous report that I provided to County Council goes into a little more detail what was done in the individual service areas. I won't get into that right now unless you have specific questions. If not, in the Highlands, my presentation lasting about an hour, so I'll save you that time. Next slide, please. The phase one analysis, again, overall, the implementation of the SDR recommendations at the time were successful at both the county and the local level. However, there was some challenges going forward. Like any new programs you put in place, you see how they work for a little while and start working together to improve them going forward. But I think from my perspective, I think the biggest challenge that came out of them was, while the programs were well constructed at the time, because the majority of them were new, there was a lack of clearly articulated service agreements between the county and the local level. So as long as the people that were part of the review were still working with the county at the local level, there was an understanding what the discussion was going forward. But as that staff transition changed, and particularly at the county, where there's been a significant changeover in staff, some of that institutional knowledge was lost. And without an actual document that says, this is our purpose, this is each of our roles and responsibilities, and here's what we do if we disagree, or here's what we do to reevaluate, you lose a bit of that, and we're noticing that in certain areas around procurement, around shoreline preservation bylaw, and it's not that things are being done incorrectly, it's just we're getting into some gray areas on things that I think we're working together to address those going forward, doing a review as to what the local municipalities think was working well and not working, same from the county level. And coming out of that, we're looking to draft service level agreements between ourselves and local municipalities that will address those issues as well and create some structural changes going forward in those various areas. Next slide, please. So the service level agreement is just what it is. It's a contract or agreement between the county and the local municipalities that clearly articulates who does what, who's responsible for what. If it's a fee for service basis, what that is, who's responsible for paying for what, and also dispute resolution is a key factor in it as well. And I think they're very important because the clarity and transparency within the agreements will go a long way in making the delivery service much better, eliminate any confusion that may exist over any number of issues regarding the implementation of service, depending on what it is. But it also creates an ingrained accountability to the program as well, because everybody knows what their role is and what their responsibility is. So you're accountable to that, and then it'll create a reporting out mechanism as well at various levels going forward. And when you have that strength of structure, I think the service quality will improve because people are working towards knowns, not guessing on things, and also strengthen cooperation. But it also allows for a really strong ability to forecast resource needs going forward. When you're looking at data coming in with respect to the volume of activity, what work is required, what impact on staffing levels, impact on costing levels, be it on legal fees, be it on any operational costs, because the responsibilities and the roles of responsibility are known, you can now start forecasting out multi-year into what your responsibilities will be for those certain areas going forward. And again, the last piece, and probably one of the most important pieces in this, when you create that solidity of structure and the stability of thing and clear understanding of what is happening in that certain service area, it enhances public trust. So you don't create a lot of ambiguity that creates confusion, and unfortunately, we've seen in a number of areas can treat mistrust, particularly when areas people have multiple platforms now to announce their displeasure with things being done. At least this will hopefully create some trust that mitigates that going forward. Next slide, please. Sorry, and just the last piece on the service the service agreements. We're in the process of drafting them now in draft form to be sent to the local municipalities for review and input. And between that collaboration between ourselves and the local municipalities, the final drafts of those service agreements will come back to the local councils and county council for final approval before we go forward. So everybody's clear as to the methodology behind it and where we're going to go with the service level agreements as well. Right now, the ones we're working on are the IT digital strategy, procurement, and the shoreline preservation bylaw service as well. Those are the SDRs that are the SLAs that are being done right now. Moving into phase 2, principles generally remain the same as done in the first phase. But one thing I think is important going forward is explain to everybody involved as well as the public that the program shouldn't be viewed as being static. I mean, this is a starting point, and there'll be a program in place as we move forward to constantly review, monitor the interactions, the services being provided, so we can make changes as we go forward where needed, or just validate what's being done is what the proper level of servicing going forward. And this will include, as part of our quarterly, semi-annual reporting back into council, is that there should be the assessment of those services as part of those reviews back into council, but by extension into the public as where we're going forward. But also ingrained in that is when we're looking at our evaluation and how we're doing, where we're going, where our needs are, is the review of the services, and not just the ones we're talking about today, but all our services when changes occur, be it changes in legislation, be it changes in people, whatever happens, particularly in vacancies. If somebody leaves and is a vacant position, is actually do a review of that vacant position, determine, is this a service we still need? Is this where we need the money to go? Or should we reevaluate that position and reinvest that resource into a different area because that's where the new need is, prior to the one that was created 10, 15 years ago, or whatever the case may be. So I think that's a key element going forward with this review, is we'll build in the mechanisms by which that we're constantly reviewing how we're allocating resources going forward. And by doing that, you're creating systems that are adaptable, which is very important in this day and age is going forward, is that so when something does change, it's not a titanic shift in what you're doing. Should hopefully be a slight modification where we're going, but also a culture whereby there's a constant look for efficiency in what we do. Are we doing this best way possible? Are we meeting the needs of the group that we're trying to support by the service, this policy, this program, whatever, which will also help the organizational growth between the county and the local municipalities as well, because you create the adaptability and efficiency, create the stability you need going forward to build trust and confidence between council and staff, but also council staff and the public as well. Next slide, please. One of the differences I think going forward is and not being critical of the previous program. The phase one was ambitious. It was large. You know, you brought through 14 different items were brought forward, that's a big chunk of meat to dig into. And it may actually have suffered a bit from lack of prioritization as to what the really important areas were versus whatever. Having said that, the results were good that came out of the first phase. So it's not critical. It did come out, but I think there could have been a little more focus on certain areas, and some things were missed with respect to the service agreements, the review, monitoring, reporting processes coming out of the reviews itself. So this time go around, we've looked at the services again, and this was reviewed by myself, internal with county staff. It was shared with the local CAOs for input going forward. And the list was pared down to 4 areas, which I think is a manageable piece of work going forward. And I think there are key areas that impact all of us in different ways. And I think there's the greatest level for positive impact coming out of this as we go forward for our reflection into the public sphere as well. Engineering is an important one. And just to back up a second, these 4 are also part of the review in the first phase as well that didn't get implemented or were implemented in a different fashion, but these 4 were not implemented, yet they were reviewed. Under the first phase, engineering came under roads and bridges. We've expanded that more into actual engineering as well, because I think there's an opportunity to increase support levels from the county into the lower tiers from an engineering perspective, be it support of your asset management programming, be it support on small design, quantity calculations, anything, those type of projects from a straight engineering perspective. There's an opportunity where we can provide more support into the local municipalities and create less of a reliance on external third-party support on an individual basis. And there's also a bit of an element of a little bit of risk management control, but also from a planning, a small P planning perspective going forward. There's an opportunity to take a look at some things that may actually improve a significant number of efficiencies there. And one reference, I did receive the information back from the 4 local municipalities, and this is exclusive of the money the county spends on engineering consultants, that there was between $800,000 and $900,000 spent in engineering consultants between the 4 local municipalities over the last 2 years. And not saying, by no means am I saying that would all disappear in a different world, but it's worth looking at what could be done in the house, because it also gives you the continuity and the strength of dealing with the same person with a lot of geographical knowledge, again, back and forth on some engineering matters versus going to a third-party consultant all the time. So that's why this was considered to be, I think, one of the key areas looking at what may have the biggest impact or potential for biggest impact on service delivery. And the next ones were communications, which is, I think, in various areas, be it through emergency situations like the ice storm, just general everyday communications, social media presence, things like that, is we're all kind of doing our thing. You are fortunate to have a very qualified communications person here in Algonquin Highlands that does an outstanding job for you. We don't have a dedicated person in the county. We have 2 people that have really good communications background that do the work for us as part of their job. Well, it's not even actually part of their job. We just bring them in when we need them. And same, I think, with the other municipalities. And there are no preconceived notions going forward in these, but I think this is an area we could look at. Is there a way we could share services, a way we can combine certain things, just from continuity, social media presence, understanding of information being going back and forth between the 5 of us. I think that is a good one to take a look at. Human resources is another one, highly specialized service that has a significant value to everything we do and how we go forward. And what does that look like in between all of us, because things like recruitment, labor management relations, contract negotiations, and just the everyday human resources pieces we deal with, is that are we delivering the best level of service in this current form going forward? And that would include consolidated benefits as well, because it's an area I think that was a key topic at the last go around, is working with those as to how we administer and deliver benefit packages through the human resources part going forward. And then lastly, planning, and this is a very narrow construct on planning. It's just dealing with the official plan. There's currently 5 official plans with the county, including the county official plan, is looking at the merits of a consolidated official plan, which would cover all 5 jurisdictions. And then it would filter down into use more of secondary planning places specifically for the local municipalities. And this has a number of benefits from consistency of policy, I think, between municipalities, but also it starts putting more autonomy, if you will, or direction at the local level, dealing through a secondary plan versus dealing with the official plan. So I think it's worth looking at going forward, because I think most of the municipalities are into the review cycle for their official plans right now. And so it's an opportunity to take a look at it and see if that's the preferred direction going forward, going into 26. That would be the 4th one. Next slide, please. Just the program outline itself is, as I mentioned before, is how do we improve our service delivery itself? And this is interesting because it may not knowing what comes out of the review, you may not see dramatic changes in those 4 service areas, or you may see wholesale changes, but it's just, hopefully there'll be improvements coming out of this, right? Depending on the degree to which what is not only most practical, but also feasible from the standpoint. There may be some amazing ideas going into to address one of the service areas, but either from a human resource standpoint or from a fiscal standpoint, we're just not there yet to be able to do it. So those are the types of evaluations going forward on that. It's important that the efforts be coordinated and be coordination and collaboration between the county and the local municipalities as well, because some of them could be shared services. If not directly shared services, we work with each other, or we're going to bump up against each other in certain areas, that there's a good level of understanding, and there may not be 100% consensus on a move going forward, but an understanding as to how we ended up there, where we're going, what the intended benefits are going forward for help in the review going forward. And lastly, again, the final reports coming out of the thing will all those decisions end up at council table and with respect to that. So council does make the final decisions on the recommendations coming forward for the ultimate implementation or not of the 4 areas that will come up for review by council. And we're hoping to have that done in November, December 2025. Next slide, please. Bit of an eye test for everybody here. I tried to jam it all on one slide, as I'm struggling to read it here on the screen in front of me. So this is just a project structure, and this is a little different than what happened last time, and for a couple reasons. There's I think one of the areas that was well intended, and there was decent results and really good results in some areas in the review, asking staff members to make direct recommendations on something that could potentially affect their job, their colleague's job, is a bit unfair, right? And also, so trying to eliminate a bit of that and put more of the decision making at a different level on the final recommendation is going upward for final approval. And so from that, the new structure is where there was a steering committee that was county council before, is the program will now be is looking at being have oversight by an oversight committee. A lot of originality on that naming, but it's it was made up of the 5 CAOs. And then there were different review committees are made up of the staff members, a smaller number of staff members, which are the direct SMEs or subject matter experts in the areas, from each of the municipalities, and who those people are is completely up to the municipality who they send going forward. From the county's perspective, I will be on the oversight committee with the 4 local CAOs. I will not be participating directly in the review committees themselves. That will be directors from the county will do that. But again, that's up to the local municipalities who they send to populate those areas as well. There will be support provided to the oversight committee from a staffing step for helping just an administration and project generation, report generation out of the study itself. And of the 4 areas, just for knowledge, I mean, and the engineering is supported by our director of engineering, Sil Pluche, communications is Sue Tiffin, human resources, Andrea Robinson, and then the planning is director Elizabeth Purcell going forward there. It's important to note that on the graph, the arrows going both ways, and I apologize, they should be on all the areas. This is not like a one and done piece. There is anticipated that they'll be back and forth between the review committee and the oversight committee as programs are being developed over the next couple of months, but also between the oversight committee and councils. Like they'll be going up and down. It's, here's a report, council looking modifications, go back, we'll adjust the modifications, come back. So it's a bit of an iterative process that way, but it's meant to be a flow back and forth where it's just not, here's your report, make a decision. Here's where we're at. Here's our thought process behind it. And this is where we can get to, and then make modifications as required at various levels between review committee and the steering and the oversight committee, then the oversight committee and council themselves before the final decisions are rendered by council. The other part of it, I think, is from this structure, I think is an added benefit is by bringing staff members at different levels like this, where the things aren't, the different areas are possibly not dominated by either the CAOs or whatever. It provides, I think, a better aspect of critical thinking amongst your staff members, because the authority dynamic put in place. If I'm at the table with my staff all the time, there will be a natural deference to me at the table with respect to that. And I think we're trying to create a program where you're taking away that type of limitation, where you're getting as much free thinking as you want, not much critical thinking as you want. Through the process, which has a number of benefits. I think it's better decision making, but it also, now you're creating growth opportunities for your staff as well, as they get to participate in things they wouldn't normally participate in, and become much more knowledgeable where they're going, and I think helps with some career growth going forward. So there's a couple of aspects that play on that one as well. But having said all that, I fully understand resource limitations where that may not be in the perfect world. In the not so perfect world, that separation may not exist going forward, but that's kind of the intention going forward, at least from the county's piece. But again, who populates review committees is completely up to the townships as to who populates those areas. Next slide, please. This is just identifying at a very high level the roles and responsibilities where they lie going forward. As much the ultimate decision making or final decision making is obviously at the council level, both at the county and at the local level as well. The oversight committee, again, work to design the program itself, also oversight of the program through its implementation phase, receive the information from the review committees, and are tasked with the crafting of the final recommendations and the final reports going through to council for final approval. The review committee, as well as the relatively self-explanatory, they're doing the review in the specific areas that they've been tasked in interaction back and forth with whatever they determine is how the best way to get the information out and report back up to the oversight committee. And just the last piece of bottom, there'll be a project lead, which will be the support mechanism to the oversight committee, and also create a level of coordination with the different review groups. So you're not creating a void between the oversight committee and the review groups that answer any questions, making sure the review committees are staying within scope of mandate of their areas, and whatever else is created on the mandate going forward. The oversight committee, there would also be, actually, jump to the next slide, please. Got ahead of myself a little there. Just from a timing perspective, and I do appreciate the shortness or the ambitiousness of the time frame. However, I think it is, I'm very confident it is manageable for a couple of reasons. Well, one principal reason is each one of these areas went through significant review during the last review period itself, and there's a lot of really good information that was generated going forward, and that information is only a couple years old, so there's still a lot of validity to it. So the generation of new work should be more limited to where do we go next, not in the actual background accumulation of data, because a big chunk of that was done already, because as I mentioned before, all these areas were part of the initial review. So that's going to have a significant impact on the amount of work that's required to getting to the point where you're starting to evaluate the currency of service and where to go next. And so as we starting point is like this went to county council in June. I'm now here I was at Highlands East earlier this week, and I'm in Dysart next week, and then Minden Hills the week after to providing the exact same presentation. I know Blake's in the background. He has to listen to it 4 times. You only have to listen to it once. Starting in the start of August, depending how meetings land with holidays and stuff like that, is there'll be initial startup meeting with the oversight committee and the review committees. So it'll be documented and clearly articulated, the roles, responsibilities, the kind of the scope of work with respect to what we're asking them to do, because you don't want to create a national where they're just kind of left, go do your thing, and then they spend a lot of time in an area that kind of deviates beyond the scope of the project, and we can duplicate some work. So that'll be clearly defined as what the expectations are of the groups, and kind of some parameters to work with one as well. Because there may be some really good ideas, but fiscally, from the standpoint, if they're just like requires you to hire like 7 people and put a drop of whatever money in, yeah, look, it'll be a great program, but we just can't. It's not feasible for us to do this time. So make sure that doesn't, so you don't get a lot of process creep involved in it itself. So that will be important as it goes forward. And then starting in August, when it actually would start, would be the review committee to start their work, and then with targets of getting reports back to the oversight committee into October, and then up into council in November and December. And the reason December is important from the county is, I think, for this to be implemented in 26, if that's the ultimate goal, we are implementing something that has a budgetary impact. Either you may be spending less money or more money, more importantly, if you're spending more money, is that we're within budget cycle for 2026. Because if you miss budget, you miss the budget cycle for 2026. There's 2 options occurred. You have to go into a mid-year adjustment on your budget, or it's delayed into 27. And when you're looking at an implementation plan where, in fairness to any staff that are impacted, like a lead time into change, like a change management plan, is that you're probably another 18 months away from implementation when you're taking into account the change management planning plus the actual implementation piece of it as well. So by missing that target or missing the budget this year would have like a back end, I think would be a significant back end implementation piece on it as well. So I think it's important to get started on the schedule, and then we can make any adjustments as we get more to the back end of the program versus pushing off at the start. The recommendation to council is, well, let's start under this program. If we have to make adjustments as we go forward, I think that's a better way of managing the system. Because if we start getting towards like the November, December area, because particularly for the county, because we're anticipating our budget will be approved in the 1st or 2nd week of December, is that if we know we're not quite done yet, but we have a pretty good understanding what any budgetary implications could be, well, we can build those into the budget with council's consent, anticipating something in January, February, so that we can make some back end timeline adjustments with a less impact than if we tried to make the changes at the start of the program. Next slide, please. That's it.
Before I go to questions, just a couple of comments. I know that this has been an extremely challenging process, and I think that part of the challenge is that it's been multi-term or multi-council, creating some gaps and some differences in understanding. One of the things that I really appreciate about the first phase is that there was an establishment of different working groups, which in my mind has created a lot better working relationships between the county and the 4 lower tiers. There's a greater understanding of the differences in the services that we provide, just a better working relationship overall. So to me, that's a major success. It kind of started with a number of influential people in the county thinking, well, we need to amalgamate. There's a lot of work that needs to be done before that. Let's find out how we can work together. Let's find out how we can streamline things. And from my perspective, how we can provide a better understanding to the public to sort of equalize things across the county so that somebody at one end of the lake can't do something that somebody at the other end of the lake can. And people don't understand that. They don't get it. There's different rules across the county in all four municipalities. We all have our little unique ways of doing things, and the public has a challenge with that. And we're here to serve the public. And to me, that's one of the most important things. I also, is one of the things that you'd said was that probably one of the shortfalls in the process so far has been the fact that there were no, I think you called them prenups, no established agreements, clear understandings of here's what we want, here's how we're going to do it, and here's how we'll resolve challenges. And we've recognized and acknowledged that now and can move forward so that there will be a better understanding and less conflict, as we go forward with some of these things. I will say that, this is acknowledging that a lot of the work has already been done, that this is an aggressive timeline, and the county's budget process is a lot more streamlined and tighter than some of the municipalities where, counties got their budget in place in December. Some of us are, as late as March. There's some challenges with working through that, but I'm sure that's something that, we can resolve. I do have a couple of, one of the things that I'm really concerned about is that if we don't move forward with this and get some things in place in 2026, we are once again faced with an election, a different council, different councils, and possibly a whole different approach. Things are just turned upside down. And if we're going to have any success, it's got to be within this next period of time. At least we need to know the direction that we're going, and adding it to another term and another group of councils just will create greater challenges. And I know it's been difficult for you because you've kind of been tossed into the middle of it, and not being able to hear some of the conversations that took place in the very beginning about, the philosophy or what we were, intending to do. And there's been a shift, as you said, in staffing, that there's been a few things lost, and it's hard to jump into the middle of a process like that and move forward. The only concern or I guess question I've got is there any, I know that it's our CAO, from a staffing perspective, CAO's role to say, okay, who's going to be involved in each one of the working groups. Will council have any discussion with respect to how we see that working? And, I guess that's one thing I really don't know. That's one piece of, who will participate in the working groups and how that would best work.
Thank you, Your Worship. But I think from my my perspective is that that part of the review group part is the staff level working part of it. But I think one of the aspects of those working groups is soliciting input from whomever to benefit the program. So if it is soliciting input from council, right, or councils, like say, depending on what it is, along with staff, along with anybody that has an impact on that service area, that would be part of that process.
One of the questions that I was going to ask you is, like from your perspective, what is the intent or the end goal? But I think that, to a great extent, you've voiced that in your presentation. And so I guess at this point, I would leave it open to council to ask questions or make comments. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks very much, Gary. And verbatim what Liz said, I think point by point is what I had in my mind as well. I love the focus on the service level agreements. I think that's exactly where we should be in terms of figuring out how this might work. It's also my greatest fear. As I remember a couple of times we've spoken on the phone about, those. And as soon as we start unpacking or hypothesizing the different options for what could be included in those service level agreements, the options are almost endless. Like engineering, for example, is a great example of you could take it in 17 different directions and they would all be valid. So I love that that's the focus, and I'm also fearful of how much time and energy that would take. So if only to repeat what Liz said, I think The timeline is, it's really optimistic, and I, for one, would graciously accept if you went over it, because I think there are so many details there to figure out in those service level agreements.
Well, if I might respond to that. So, two responses on the service level agreements. I think they're key for success going forward. The initial issue with the service level agreements being dealt with now, we're dealing with the 3 areas implemented in the first phase.
Mhm.
You won't, the service level agreements themselves, like the actual detail, I think that you're speaking to, Counselor, won't be part of this process. They're part of, okay, once we've landed on saying, hey, this is, we're gonna go say engineering, for example, we're gonna go forward with engineering in whatever fashion it would be. And there'd be the high level construct of services. The service level agreements would be the next implementation phase of what we're doing now, so that isn't restricted by the budget, right? We've identified what we think the costs are going to be. We've identified what the general roles and responsibilities are going to be. The actual mechanics of how it works would be the next phase of where we draft a service level agreement, and it would be into the spring, because it would also encompass the go forward working part of it, but we'd also create the change management plan at the same time as to making sure going forward, what's the transition look like? What's the impact on people? What's the impact on operations? And then the last part of the outcome would be the service level agreement. So that part of it, I agree that there's a lot of work involved in that, but it isn't restricted by coming in ahead within budget cycle, right? That's the implementation phase of it. So there is some room on that.
So the service level agreements that we'd be looking at right now are for things like procurement, shoreline preservation, those things that we've
NIT.
already moved forward with.
NIT, yeah. And we hope to have those done in the next few weeks to get to the local municipalities for their comment input.
Go ahead.
Perhaps a bit of a tangential follow-up to that then. I put all my optimism in this process. I think it's very well structured for, for our ongoing thinking and coordination amongst our municipalities. Having said that, the term prenup has been used, and I think that is sensible. I think that's right. We are 4 individual entities coming together for certain functions and not for other functions. And it reminds me a little bit of the European Union. They spent an awful lot of time trying to figure themselves out, and it worked really, really well for a long time. According to many people, it worked very, very well for a long time. And then Brexit happened, and it took them 2 years to figure out how to untangle Britain from the European Union. And so I wonder, could you give us a flash overview of what a prenup would be for the county, in the hopes that we never have to go down that road? But, if there is one municipality that in 3 years' time or 5 years' time wishes to remove themselves, there will be implications for the rest. And how much detail are you thinking about presenting to the 4 lower tiers as we move forward into this, into this final agreement?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Dayu. I think that would be part of the final agreement, if you will. And as I mentioned before, that would be one of the key components, particularly in an area like, again, use engineering, where there would probably be cost implications, right? So if there's a buy-in to a certain level of service, and each municipality is responsible for a portion of that, then the exit clause would be built into the agreement. I know we had one when we created the Waterloo Economic Development Commission. There was a significant contribution from all the municipalities, and it was an 18-month exit clause. Like, if you didn't say you were leaving by this date, right, you were still bound for your financial commitment through the next 18 months, right? So you don't want to leave your partners high and dry, and also gives you the window to make necessary adjustments if one entity decides they no longer want to participate in that. So that would be built into the agreement. There'd be a notification period and an obligation period with respect to financial contributions going forward. If that case, it's a bit simpler when you're dealing with non-financial contributions. However, but if it's a resource contribution where you're providing a body to do a certain part of it, that would be addressed in the agreement as well, as to how's that shortfall made up by the remaining people in the agreement going forward.
Councillor Richards.
With respect to the service level agreements, I think that's really great, and it's something that we probably should have had in phase one. And being that you've mentioned that you're working on those for the phase one projects within the next few weeks, and then I would assume that per your process, that's going to then be at county council for review, and us at the lower tier for review. Isn't that in itself pretty ambitious for us to finish just that by the end of this year?
I don't, through your worship, with respect, I don't believe so. Because it's identifying the process itself. So, I mean, it's just getting the document together and working on identifying the kind of the gray areas or the vague areas of roles and responsibilities. So I don't see that as being that onerous right now. I think, I believe in draft form, the IT one is done. It might be sitting on my desk. I think it's been sitting there for a while. And same with the shoreline preservation one as well. And that timeline, it's concurrent process that they can run at the same time. I think I'm hoping to have it to the first iteration before it goes to county council, it goes through the local municipality staff level for review, making sure that everything is that we've talked about, or the issues from the local municipality are representative in the agreement. And if there's areas that we can't agree on, which I don't think there will be many, if any, that would be brought back up to council. Here's where we kind of got a bit of an impasse at, but I don't think that one will impact the other.
Go ahead.
How would it impact then your process should another member municipality not be able to, because of staffing reasons in these various areas? We're not all the same.
Mhm.
And we all have different priorities and work plans that are already established for this year. So if, for example, Minden Hills was unable to participate, how would that impact the overall project?
Well, I mean, that would result in me going back to county council. Right now, my mandate from county council is to implement the program, and that's what we're doing now. I think just in my contact with this, I don't want to speak for councils, individual councils, but from the CAOs, I have the information. We have been submitted the information of who will be participating on behalf of the local municipalities now. So I'm assuming that would be going forward. But if one of the municipalities decided not to participate, if it was one, then you could do it. I mean, the program still go forward. I mean, it's not optimal. And because it's exploratory as well, there's no predetermined notion as to what's going to come out of this. It would be interesting if one decided not to participate. But because it's, yeah, it would impact, and then we'd revisit it if it happened.
I think one of the most important things that we all need to embrace the need, and I mean from county council down through all of the lower tiers or member municipalities, we need to work together. We need to cooperate. We need to, have some willingness to see a little bit of change going forward. It really, I see it would be challenging and a bit of a, I don't want to use the word failure, if one municipality decides they're not going to involve themselves at all. It just is just that much. The overall goal is difficult to reach. Councillor Barry.
Thanks for the report. One of my questions is more, I guess, just in like the logistics of how things would work. So, I understand if a position is terminated before that position is reinstated, there would be a review process in that. Similarly, with something like a bylaw, like if Algonquin Highlands wants to put a bylaw in place, let's just say a noise bylaw or a fireworks bylaw or something, would it just be procedure to make sure the other municipalities are on board with like some cohesive implementation? Like I'm thinking, if you're allowed to have a noise till midnight or something in one municipality, like I know this is different in regards to service delivery. Maybe I'm reaching out a little bit further, but I'm just thinking you want to have cohesive bylaws, you want to have cohesive fire services and that, like how is it implemented? Is it just through policy? Is it through practice?
I would think through your worship, I think it varies, but I think it's nuanced, right? I mean, the examples you use, the ultimate goal, I think, if you're looking from a client service basis, if the consistency of certain bylaws across all 4 municipalities were equitable, right? That makes life light, because you live on a boundary, and things the mayor mentioned earlier, is you can be on one side of the road and the policy is X, and this side of the road policy is Y, right? So the more there's some continuity of the bylaws, it's obviously more, it could be more efficient. Not saying that there may be reasons why one bylaw is different than the other, that you have to get there. But even if there is difference between bylaws, then you kick into the education communication side of things. So as long as you've created your guidelines, your communications program, your education program for users of your bylaw or your community, so it's very clear that here's where it is, here's a demarcation line, then it mitigates any confusion that could happen. So it's not just one thing you would do, it's building it into your program, where if municipality A changes a bylaw, the communication goes out not just to the municipalities or the county, but making sure that anybody affected by law, there's education programs, there's communication programs, so the awareness increases in proportionality to the change.
Okay.
And Madam CAO.
And just to speak to that a little bit, Councillor Barry, is that certainly was part of phase 1. There were a number of bylaws across different departments that were recommended to be made the same, and that did happen. And since that time, those have been changed. We had an election, different wills of different councils. So, I mean, sometimes that is inevitable, but that was part of phase 1.
Other questions from council at this point in time? Councillor Richards.
Can you speak to me a little bit more about the engineering piece? We've had discussions ourselves many times about the costs of engineering. So would this eliminate engineering costs or just help to negate them a bit? What exactly are you attempting to do there?
Well, I think it's 2 things, maybe more than 2 things, actually. The principal thing is looking at the value for money being spent, right? If you're spending X number of dollars on engineering, what are you getting for that money, right? If you're getting it's in this box, it's like this, but if you spend a proportional amount on an internal service, where now for the same amount of money you get this level of service, that's part of the review, because you'll never eliminate the use of external services for certain engineering elements. Bridges are a prime example. We're not allowed to do the formal legislative inspections of our own bridges. They have to be done by an independent engineer, right? The third party. And so those numbers weren't included in that number I gave. We pulled those numbers out. These are just like the day-to-day design, advice, whatever the case may be, on the engineering sphere. I don't want to presuppose what it would look like, but that's the type of stuff to be looked at. Is there a better way to deliver the service where we get a better value for our money? Can you broaden the support for the local municipalities with respect to things like the implementation of the asset management planning, right? That's a significant change that's been put upon the municipalities from the province, is the asset management plan, and the significance it's going to have going forward with respect to funding allocations, things of that nature. So if there's a way you can get support on that, it's already part of the service being provided, not bringing somebody in to do it for you. That's the type of stuff we're looking at. And just advice, continuity, local understanding on consistency basis between the engineers working on projects, that and an established working relationship between the county and the local level. So it's all those are factors to put in place. Yes, I think one of the aspects is you could reduce the amount of money spent. You would not eliminate external engineering costs, but I think you could reduce it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can imagine that, our needs are various. And so you would need a various engineer with different skills, depending on the project. And so, if we were to, bring some of that in-house rather than external consultants, I could see the cost savings on that, but I can't really see the elimination of it.
Yep.
And so what I'm concerned about is hiring top dollar engineers that are not fully encompassing. And so at the end of the day, we're not really going to see a significant savings.
To your worship, with respect, I think that's part of the exercise, right? Is making that determination based on what our current needs are. Yeah, there will be highly specialized engineering fields that you would still be required to go out with, right? However, but if you look at the preponderance of the engineering work done across the county, it's going to be in certain defined areas. So if you're looking at the civil engineering side, the structural engineering side of things like in that area, if you eliminate that, right, the need to go external for any one of those things on a consistent basis, that's where you get your savings. But as I mentioned before, this isn't it's not 100% about saving money. It's what's the best level of service we get for the money we do spend. And if you have you create an entity whereby which you get the value added pieces like the support to the asset management plan, the support to just quantity calculations for construction projects, forecasting out for project work, assessments, small level inspections, design work, stuff like that stuff all becomes a factor of the value to the organization, and that would all be in the mix. And at the end of the day, when all that's put into the hopper and the recommendation comes out, you could be right. The savings isn't significant enough or it is, and that forms a recommendation that goes up in the council for the final piece. Right. So I don't want to presuppose too much right now, but that's part of what we're looking to start now as that evaluation.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we wouldn't be hiring an engineer right off the go. We would be looking to figure out first if that is real, like a real need before we move forward with that.
That would be, again, just not jumping to our part of the process. If it were to go that way, the recommendation would be X, and using the engineer example, it would be, if we're going to increase the depth of the expertise of the county engineering department, use that for an example, and it would be whatever that would take. If that was what was finally approved, well, yes, we would move forward with that, but the background work going into that would identify, here's what that would cost us to do, here's where we think the savings are going to be, here's the value added piece to the service levels increase to the local municipalities as well as the county itself, and the benefit outwardly into the public users of our service. That would be all part of the final report that would come to council in either December or early 2026. And then from that would be the implementation plan, which would talk about how the timing, when would they come on board, when, like those type of things.
Go ahead.
So you're like right now, all you're suggesting is that we move forward with looking at things, not actually move forward with doing these
That's
things.
right.
Okay, so if a future council wants to rewrite history, as was mentioned in by Angie in the some of the phase one stuff, what financial impact is that to everyone when bylaws are changed again because a new council comes in and we're having to redo everything over all the time with different opinions?
Well, again, through your
Get out your crystal ball.
Through your worship, I mean, that would be unfortunate. But I mean, if the program, and it's not to say it doesn't happen, it's going to happen, but if the program before and the efforts put into the program and it's clearly explained as to how the decision was made and what the benefits coming forward with and the metrics by which we're going to monitor and report out success, failure, and difference on the program itself, pardon the expression, the knee-jerk reaction for someone coming and saying we need to change this, like a wholesale change, should be mitigated significantly. Because if you start having the conversations, here's what was done, here's what the investment was, here's what service used to be like, here's the improvements we've seen, and here's the savings, either direct or indirect result of what we've done. You now can categorically have that conversation because you have that data source already from the work you've done to put the program together. And also you would have I would hope coming in, if it's new, you can't properly evaluate any new system in a shorter time period than 18 months. Because you have the newness factor, you have growth factors, you have all those things coming into play. So that would be a conversation that would happen. I think to Ms. Bird's comments about the bylaw changes, they're a bit different, nuanced. If you're talking specifically, we're talking about like a change in structural service delivery. That one would be quite the conversation. And within 6 months, somebody says they want to get rid of the engineering department. that's a quite, to your point, that is quite the conversation, right? So, but I think if we do our homework properly, which I'm 100% confident we will, the data and information will be there to mitigate any of those conversations.
Any further questions? Thank you. You know, I fingers crossed that this all moves smoothly and within a reasonable timeline. I know that there's some challenges going forward, but I think that we're all up to the task. Hopefully. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive Mr. Dyke's delegation? Councilors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councilor Barry, second by Councilor Shortreed, be it resolved, Council receives a presentation from Gary Dyke, CIO Clerk, County of Halliburton, regarding service delivery review phase 2 for information. Further, council supports in principle the service delivery review phase 2, subject to timelines being agreed upon by participating municipalities.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
For everyone's information and for those who are watching, we were scheduled to go into a closed session at 10 o'clock. However, we do have one more delegation that we want to work our way through. So we will go into close when the delegation portion of the meeting is over. So, Mr. Yules, if you'd like to come forward. Thanks again, Gary.
Madam Mayor, councilors, thank you for having me.
If you want to just hang on just a second. Have to wait until our Councillor Richards is out of the room. Have a seat. You know, we need to have you in front of the screen so the public can see your face and hear you. Go ahead.
Wonderful.
Sorry.
So Madam Mayor, members of councilors, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. My name is Chris Yules. I'm the general manager of Big Hawk Lake Marina and mechanic there. Been there now for about a year and a half, and one of the significant dangers I've encountered is traffic in the marina, both to my safety and pedestrians. So with your permission, I'd just like to read a quick letter I wrote to council.
Go ahead.
Yeah. It's with regret that I must notify the township and council of dangerous driving in the area of Big Hawk Lake Marina. As council and staff are aware, the area surrounding Big Hawk Lake Marina is often seriously congested with canoeists, cottagers, marina staff, and visitors. Cottage roads and parking areas lead off in a number of directions, adding further to the congestion and resulting problems. Bus loads of children from summer camps with trailer load full of canoes are frequent during the summer, making navigating the area a challenge, with the beach and launch being an official launch site for the camps. The majority of people slow down when approaching the area and are respectful of walkers in the area. However, we have on occasion some drivers who don't, and in particular one who is consistent multiple times a day going too fast through the area on purpose, specifically exercising his right to drive at least the posted speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour. As employers, we have a duty and responsibility to provide a safe work area for our staff. We can't accomplish this without the township support. As a commercial business, we have to take care of our visitors and customers in the area and provide them a space free of hazards. The township's posted speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour does very little to support either the concerns we've raised or the safety of the community. So a number of requests I have to make, possible suggestions. Reduction of the speed limit to 5 kilometers an hour. It's currently a 50 kilometer an hour zone. It's irresponsible speed given the congestion. If we post a speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour, it often invites drivers to consider speeds of 50 to 70 kilometers an hour acceptable, and that's what we're experiencing. We have machinery operating often with loud noises so that the approaching vehicle cannot be heard, as well as equipment and vehicles in the area that reduce visibility to approaching vehicles. Speeds 50 to 70 kilometers an hour do not allow enough time for a driver to stop if a person or dog steps out into the road. To establishment of a community safety zone. A community safety zone allows for signage that reminds drivers they're approaching a congested area and requires them to slow down, and allows for higher fines to be levied for enforcement. Another option would be speed bumps. As enforcement in this area is difficult due to the lack of presence of OPP, speed bumps would further enforce the need to slow down. Speed enforcement cameras, as the OPP doesn't have the capacity to monitor the area, speed enforcement cameras could allow the township to recover funds to pay for the signage and creating the safety zone. Stop signs. A stop sign positioned either in the marina, right at the pedestrian crossing between the store and the gas pump, or at either ends of the laneway would force vehicles to slow down, which would naturally solve the issue to a degree. A pedestrian crossing in that high crossing area would also be great for safety. I'd like to stress that I don't think reducing the speed alone would stop this problem, and would like to urge council at the very least to reduce the speed, but to also consider at least one or other suggestions that you all may have to help solve this problem. I hope that the next time I'm here isn't talking to you guys about a possible injury or death to me, one of my staff members, or the community at large because of this. And that's my statement to you.
Before I go to questions or comments, I will admit that this is a very congested area. There's traffic going in every direction, as you pointed out. There's buses and, taking kayaks and canoes to the beach area. There's a public launch in the middle of all of it. It's congested. I will say, however, this is a joint responsibility. It's not just a township's problem to solve. It's also the marinas problem to solve. I mean, it's kind of, there's an aspect of buyer beware when you get into this, that when you buy a marina that is on the road, there's bound to be problems. And so I'm just looking at this as something that we jointly need to look at how we can solve it, because we certainly can't solve all the problems of all the businesses in Algonquin Highlands. But I will say, it's extremely congested. It's a bad area. And I believe that we do need to do something. I would say, before I get into questions, that this is obviously going to be something that we're going to have to involve our Public Works Department and hear some aspects of, okay, what are the implications, or can we put speed bumps down? And I suspect I know what the answer to that is, but we need to look at that. I think that there are things that we can do. We've got signs that measure speeding. That we can, look at and calculate how much speeding problems there are, and we can do something like that almost immediately. One of the things, when you talk about speed enforcement cameras, that is something that the Police Detachment Board has looked at. There was recently a presentation made to us about speed enforcement cameras that are being placed in, for instance, school areas or community safety zones, which is something that you had suggested that they were not deemed to be a solution. One of the questions that was asked was, okay, if we're paying to put in expensive speed enforcement equipment, is there going to be a reduction in policing costs, which is extraordinary and is going to become much worse? And the answer was no, it's not going to make any change. And the recommendation is only to put those in certain specific areas, whether it would be related to, a business. I'm not sure that. I guess that right now I'd look to members of council for comments or questions of Mr. Yules. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thank you. It's a good letter, good recommendations. I think that, to Liz's point, the detail is something that we'll have to hear from staff about. But I really like the fact that you have flagged the various ideas that we should be exploring. Certainly can't endorse one or the other right now, as Liz said, without staff's guidance on that. But you're highlighting an issue that has been a problem for quite some time. And elsewhere in Stanhope, we see similar problems, and it's something that I think we need to dig into more. I don't know if a transportation study is required. That's possibly going too far. But what I appreciate about your letter is that you're not just looking at one thing, you're looking at the package. You know, what are all the factors that have created this very congested, complicated space with a lot of different needs in it? And I think that's the right approach to look at it, is from that overall package perspective. So I can only really say thank you for bringing this to our attention and reminding us that this is really worthy of our attention. And I look forward to Angie's guidance and the staff recommendations on how they see we might respond.
That was not a question. Sorry. Other questions? Madam CAO.
Not a question, but to Deputy Mayor Dayu's point is staff would need to gather some information to make proper recommendations. But as council is aware, we have speed signs that will provide some of that data for us. And so I'd like to recommend, and I know I've spoken to Adam about this as well, is to put one of our speed signs there to gather some of that information to bring back to council.
And I would think, and I'm not sure where we've got them located at the moment, but I would think that the sooner that we can do that, the better. I know that this is, a serious situation, extremely congested. And I honestly, I don't quite agree that we have other similar circumstances. We've had other requests for reduction in speed and, establishing community safety zones. This is somewhat unique, I see, as, in these circumstances, but it's not something that's going to be resolved immediately, because we do have to have staff look at it. We have to hear recommendations and come to a consideration. So that's, it's going to take us a month or two to come to some solution here. And, I think that you'll find that there is a willingness for us to do something, whether it's everything or anything that you've recommended. It may be something different. I can't say until we really hear from, we're going to need to hear from our Public Works Director, from our CAO, and, maybe a bylaw to come to the best recommendation and solution. But, I think you'll find that there is some willingness here to try and find a resolution. At the same time, I would look to the business to look for some solutions there as well, because I mean, there's marina equipment and vehicles basically on the road. There's some work that's being done on the road. And, I know that part of that is in the hopes of reducing speeding and, and you have some limitations there, but there needs to be work done by both parties to see a, formal and final solution to make things better there. Did I see your hand up with a question?
Well, without repeating everything that's been said, I support the cameras being put up or to monitor the trends. My hope is that, just given, I don't know where they are right now or if they're in use, but maybe some of that could be captured. Just because we do have a long weekend coming up in August, that would be my hope, is that maybe we could capture some week speeding as well as on a long weekend where there's typically more congestion. And I look forward to maybe Public Works giving us a bit of an intel on the possibilities of maybe a stop sign or something like that. I think some of the recommendations that have been given.
And that's just it. I mean, we have to, and I understand that our process that we have to go through, the steps that we have to follow, can be frustrating, and sometimes make people want to tear their hair out. But we'll have to hear back from staff. I mean, there were some of the, for instance, speed bumps. I'd like to hear from Public Works what their thoughts are about that. I'd like to hear from bylaw and what their thoughts are on certain things like crosswalks, or what's the implications of putting a stop sign up. What are the implications of the suggestions to everyone? And hopefully that can come back to us at our next meeting. I would also hope so. I guess I would look to council to ask staff to bring back a report at the earliest possible time, and to move forward with setting up our electronic signs there to get a better handle on exactly what the issue is. And I definitely agree that just because we have a speed limit of 50 kilometers, that gives people there's always that little bit of wiggle room, and people will go 60 kilometers or 70 kilometers, and that's not I've driven through there lots of times. That's not a good speed to be going through there at all. If there's any other ways of reducing the congestion, we look to any and all suggestions about how to go about that. Any further comments?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. So there are a few, just small comments that weren't in the marina is absolutely eager to help itself as well as the township in solving this issue. When you go to the congestion in the area, for example, the congestion to a degree at this point, unfortunately, is advantageous to my safety, not against it, because it naturally forces, the more obstacles in a way, it naturally forces generally people to slow down. So that's not advantageous to the community, but is advantageous to our safety. Just a reminder to council when they're considering these things that wasn't in the letter, there are no sidewalks. There is no pedestrian safe place to walk. There's not even really an adequate shoulder on either side that pedestrians have to go through. And despite our best efforts in reminding our customer and beach customers, I would say in my experience, 2 out of 3 owners of dogs, for example, are not leashing them. So it's a substantial concern. We at the marina would welcome by law enforcement whenever they're free to come help with that issue, because our ability as a commercial entity is limited in terms of enforcement. We can remind, we can hint, we can post, but when it comes down to enforcement of that, that's unfortunately not our place, especially when we have such a murky water between township property, marina property, crown land property, and the different laws between all three.
I could say right now, there isn't a sidewalk in Algonquin Highlands. And it'll probably be sometime, but we don't have a downtown area, so anyway, that's just an aside. And I know that there has been some discussion about where property boundaries are. Is the road on your property or not? And that has come up several times. I mean, it's really tight. I mean, your business is like right on one side of the road, the docks are right on the other side of the road. It's really tight. And I would recommend that the sooner that the marina can get a survey done, so, that we can get a clearer idea of who owns what and what's, that would be a strong recommendation on my part. The sooner that you can do that, the sooner that we can clarify those things.
Through you, Mayor, with respect, if a survey, when the survey is done, okay, in terms of solving this problem, what is the township hoping that survey to establish? So if, for example, the survey dictates that road is 100% on township property, that doesn't negate the township's leeway of the fact that they own the road. So in terms of solving this problem, as an example, even if the survey came back, we owned it, how does that help?
I don't know that it helps to solve the problem, but, other than the fact that, I have heard the road is on our property. Oh, we don't know that.
Mhm.
And those sorts of things, a survey would help us, to guide, okay, so here's what we need to do to help to resolve this problem. Without a clear survey showing ownership of, I want to say who's on first. It really is a challenge for all of us. It doesn't fix this problem of speeding and danger, but, it does resolve the issues of, where your business is. Is it on your land? Is it on our land? And what do we need to do about that? There are a number, it's a multifaceted problem. And I think you'll see that there's definitely a willingness here for us to do something about that. Did I see your hand up? So, I guess what I would do is look to, unless there are any other questions, look to council to ask for a staff report to come back at the earliest possible opportunity and to request that staff put up one of our electronic speed signs there ASAP. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry?
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Council Barry, be it resolved, council received a delegation from Chris Unos, manager of Milliken's Big Hawk Marina regarding traffic concerns in the area, and that council directs staff to bring back a report on options for further consideration, and that council directs staff to place the township's electronic speed signs in this location as soon as possible.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir. Much
Thank you.
appreciated. Not sure what the best direction is. Can we take a break and then do closed? Yeah, okay. So we'll take a 15-minute break. So 20 to 11, we'll come back. So we're now proceeding into closed session. Could I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Councillor Shortreed. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Council Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dyubi, resolved council adjourns its open session at 10:40 a.m. In order to proceed into closed session for the purpose of discussing the following matters. One, security of municipal property in accordance with section 239(2)A of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended, cybersecurity. Two, personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal employee, in accordance with section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended, it's employee matter. Three, personal matters about identifiable individual, municipal employee, and labor relations and employee negotiations, in accordance with section 239(2)B and D of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended. Proposed changes to employee role, fire services. Four, proposed acquisition of land and advice subject to solicitor privilege in accordance with section 239(C) of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended, St. Stephen's Church. And five, personal matters about identifiable individual and litigation in accordance with section 239(2)B and E of the Municipal Act 2001 is amended regarding litigation.
All in favor? That's carried. Welcome back to the open session. Just a couple of comments coming out of closed. For the public's awareness, the council has decided to establish or create a new deputy fire chief position, and we will be appointing that individual by bylaw later on in the meeting. The second item that I wanted to bring to the public's attention is that we have passed a motion in close to accept the donation of the St. Stephen's Church from the Friends of St. Stephen's. So if could I have a motion mover and a seconder for those? Councillors Shortreed and Barry. I've got two separate motions.
Moved by Council Shortreed. Moved by Council Shortreed, second by Council Berry. Be it resolved, council approves the training officer deputy fire chief position for the Township of Algonquin Highlands. The council directs a bylaw be brought forward for the appointment of Chris Shelley as the Township of Algonquin Highlands training officer.
All in favor? And could you read the second motion, please? Could you read the motion, please?
Be it resolved, council confirms its direction for the closed session to proceed with the proposed acquisition of St. Stephen's Church by donation from the Friends of St. Stephen's.
Do I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Did anyone on council wish to pull any of those items from the consent agenda for discussion? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the consent agenda? Councillor Richards, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Council Richards, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, items listed on the consent agenda are considered routine and enacted in one motion. Each matter of business contained in the consent agenda is recorded separately in the minutes of the meeting. And council approves the June 17th, 2020. July 17th, 2025 consent agenda and hereby adopts the staff reports and all recommendations contained therein and direct staff to proceed with all necessary administrative action.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up is building and bylaw. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. First report will be our monthly activities report. Following along the same as past previous months, permitting is starting to increase. We received over 33,000 in fees and a construction value in excess of 4.6 million. So good month.
Any questions on the monthly activity report? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive that? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Counselor Reed, second by Counselor Richards, be it resolved, that council receives building bylaw report BLD 2925 regarding June monthly activities for information.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is an item from Mr. Watson requesting an exemption to the noise bylaw.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Watson has reached out for an exemption to the noise bylaw for a private party on private lands. It's for the hours of 2 in the afternoon till 8 PM in the evening. It's for the purpose of a birthday party, and it's going to, the noise will be originating from a live band. So I respectfully bring this to council for their decision on this matter. I have got, the gentleman did reach out to some of his neighbors. I have letters of support for about 4 of them, so.
I did wonder about this particular request. It does seem to be, it might be a bit of a slippery slope, given that he's suggesting that the noise would be within the hours that are allowable in the noise bylaw. And like, to me, levels of noise are subjective. What might bother one person would not bother another. I recognize that a live band going across the lake will be heard by everybody. But I do wonder whether we want to get into the habit of bringing exemptions for noise bylaws to council every time there's a request, whether that is a slippery slope and, or whether it should be something that's dealt with by the bylaw department. And I know in some ways that it reduces the need for bylaw response, but I'm just, I'd kind of look to council for thoughts on this before we say yes. Councillor Barry.
Apologize, I don't have the bylaw in front of me, but isn't, is it the projection that is against the bylaw, or is it, because it's not?
It's
within
a
the
level
time,
of noise within us, and within certain periods of time.
But before 8 o'clock at night, like it's from 2 in the afternoon till 8 o'clock at night. That was the part I didn't really understand.
Well, and that is within the timeline set out for noise exemptions, I guess I would say. But there's also something in the bylaw, and here's what, like, I don't have the bylaw myself either. There's also something within the bylaw about acceptable levels of noise during allowable hours. That's, that's the problem. What's acceptable to who?
So, sorry.
Did you want to comment on that?
Well, I was just going to build on that if you wish. The general noise regulations in the bylaw of 3.1 do have a catch-all that no person shall emit or cause or permit the emission of unreasonable noise that is clearly audible at a point of reception, and there's no timeline with that. So there is the opportunity to offend somebody with persistent noise or loud noise without falling within the hours of 11 PM till 7 in the morning. But then 3.2 goes on to talk about specifics of 11 to 7. One of them being amplified noise or sound. So.
I'm just worried that if we give an exemption that, and it really is like extraordinarily loud noise goes beyond and we don't respond because we've said it's okay. Is that okay? Comment from Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I struggle with it a little bit too. I wonder what we've done in previous occasions. For example, there's the Bear Lake Jamboree that happens regularly. There's the, Morelands Camp does stuff that's loud sometimes. There's Canada Day celebrations that's a bit louder. At the Dorset Park, the Parkette, we've had bands play. So if that has been deemed acceptable amplification in the past, would this not fall into that same category? And if yes, would we just treat it like any other?
Madam CAO.
I see those slightly differently in that most of those that you identified are community events. So I could see that council would provide those exemptions if they were requested because they're for the entire community. This is being requested for a private party. I see that very different.
Other thoughts or questions? Councillor Berry.
Just to be the other way around this is we don't offer an exemption. Bylaw goes out and then he's fined with something and then he could come back and seek relief from the fine. Is that correct? If there was an excessive noise complaint, I'm just wondering, like, he's basically asking for forgiveness before the fact, opposed to, it's better to beg for forgiveness than.
Well, I guess I would wonder what would be the process if there was a lot of noise going on. I would almost think that the bylaw would go and just say, "Hey, settle down," without necessarily issuing a warrant or a ticket or a fine.
Correct. So as in previous, our practice is to educate first and foremost.
Mhm.
And it would be acting on a complaint as well. So then the officers would have two avenues that they could follow, one being a POA, which was the old way of, it's a fine. But that is a lengthy process through the courts, as we all know right now. So our new AMPS bylaw, administrative penalty, is what we would fall to. And to your point, yes, the gentleman would be able to come in and appeal that.
So first step would be a warning. Then if the noise continued or the violation continued, then under the AMPS bylaw, there would be a ticket issued. And so there's a process that would be followed that, it's not like we're just going to go in there. Deputy Mayor Dion?
It does leave the applicant in a slightly complicated position, however, because he's asked for an exemption. And if we're saying council turn down the exemption, by rights, that should mean he's not allowed to have this event with this cover band because we've said no to the application for amplification.
No,
So-
that's not what we're saying.
Well, then are we saying we're not going to give you the exemption, but go ahead anyway? Is that the message we're going to give him?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be my understanding. They were saying, yes, go ahead. But there are
I see.
restrictions with respect to time frame. And, if there is a complaint, we'll follow up on it in the same process as what we've described.
Okay.
But it's a different kind of request, and I'm just afraid that every time somebody wants to do something private and we're going to give them exemptions and the community's up in an uproar. Any other comments or thoughts? So it would be my suggestion that I'm not sure what you've got for resolution that we actually deny the request for an exemption. Okay. You want to read the resolution that you've got there?
Be resolved, council receives correspondence from Al Watson requesting a noise bylaw exemption for purpose of hosting a live band at his property at times between the hours 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. on Saturday, July 26, 2025. And further, the council denies the request for an exemption.
Mover and a seconder? This is with the understanding that he's allowed to go ahead with his events. We're not saying he can't have the event at all. Did you have a question?
Do we have to use the word deny? Can we not say it's not necessary for it to come to council?
I think we do. Go ahead.
I do think that we need to say deny because there is a request and I think he's aware it's not required. what he's asking council is it for the exemption so that bylaw doesn't go out in case there's a complaint. I think like between 2 and 8, it is allowed. If someone deems it to be unreasonable, if council allowed the exemption, they wouldn't be able to complain.
So a mover and a seconder. Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Barry. All in favor? Against? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Parks, Rec and Trails. Morning, Mr. Card.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
So your first report is the resident versus non-resident rates based on our request for you to have a look at this.
Yes, so several things to consider, and so I'm going to go through the report and get through those considerations, which will then lead to my recommendation, and then at the end of the report, there's several questions for council, and certainly looking for any feedback as I go through. So I'm going to start with categorization. So up front, we were looking at the discussion of a resident versus non-resident fee. And that's the terminology that I'm talking about when I say categorization. What I'm recommending is that because not all ratepayers are also residents, we call it a ratepayer discount or a non-ratepayer discount. So you'll see that terminology throughout the rest of the report. And that's to cover seasonal cottagers and those types of situations. Moving into rates. So one of the questions, of course, to address if we want to go ahead will be what percentage council wishes to apply. But as I did my research, I was able to find 16 different municipalities that and there may have been more. These were just ones that I was able to find and get information on. And they range from 5% to 25% as far as a resident or ratepayer discount or non-ratepayer surcharge goes. And a large majority of them, the most common thing they apply those to is facility rentals. Some municipalities choose to apply them to programs as well, but the majority of them don't. And they generally range from 5% to 25%. The most common I saw, 6 out of the 16, and some of them being our neighbors, such as Dysart and Mendon, go with a 25% discount rate for ratepayers. Business rules around a ratepayer discount, and what I'm suggesting here is, and it's based on the percentages of transactions that we have relative to how many ratepayers relative to non-ratepayers we have that we do transactions with, and I'll get into those based on area. But what I'm recommending is to do a ratepayer discount rather than a non-ratepayer surcharge. And I'll talk about each location being recreation and the tower and trails, but a number to put it into perspective is for trails and tower, we do approximately 24,000 transactions a year. Less than 1% of those are ratepayers. So when we're looking at applying a rule, it'd be the most efficient way to do that would be to apply it to the fewest number of people, which would be the ratepayers. So what I'm recommending here is a ratepayer discount. Commercial business exemption, talk a little bit about that. So we have camps and camps in our trails that utilize them, and then bus companies who utilize services at the tower. I'm recommending that this would not be intended to apply to commercial businesses unless council wanted me to determine some rules around those. And then to move into proof of ratepayer status. So one of the key components of this, and what we've been spending some time looking into before bringing this back to council with this recommendation, is there's of course the need to then prove your status that you're a ratepayer in order to receive the discount. We've looked at a number of different options and systems, and our goal is to really create something that's efficient, user-friendly, and by user-friendly, I mean it's available online. It's a simple process that doesn't require somebody to go through an application or anything like that, or come into a physical location to have to prove something, and that it works at all of our locations the same way. So it's also efficient and user-friendly for our staff. What we've come up with is a discount code process. And the way that municipalities that I've reviewed apply this also vary, and it's everything from providing a photo ID. As you know, the challenge we have with that is, again, for people who don't have residence in the area, their photo IDs aren't going to show that. And then we have the potential of slowing down traffic at places like the Dorset Tower as we verify ID, those types of things. Some municipalities look at a tax roll number type system where it's verified that way by the person submitting that information, at various different possibilities. What I had hoped was that software systems that we have would be able to just have a system that somebody enters their address and then it knows. That's not possible everywhere. There is a possibility to put that in place for recreation in the future, but that's going to take some development over time, and I'm still talking to them about that. But this is an option that's available for all locations, and that'd be the discount code option. And what I'm proposing is that we would, with the tax bill at the start of the year, mail every person a discount code. Similar to, say, for example, using your card at the landfill, this would be a system where when they register, when they rent a campsite, when they show up at the Dorset Tower, if they book their advanced ticketing at the Dorset Tower, if they come to the Dorset Snowball or any of those types of things, the person would just be able to simply give their discount code. Staff can just quickly and easily apply it on any system, and that's also available online. Now I'll get into just the various areas and a couple of little exceptions that are specific to a location, as well as the numbers with each area, and that as far as ratepayers versus non-ratepayer. The first thing I'll say is our statistics on this aren't fantastic. It's not something that we've tracked with this purpose in mind over time. You'll see, and I'll talk about that actually just in a second, a little more specifically, but the point is that the statistics aren't great on it. So I'm making decisions on this based on small amounts of statistical information. For recreation, Dorset Recreation Center reopening to the end of February, our approximate number of users who are ratepayers is 30%. Much higher than Trails and Tower. When we talk about the Tower, we don't track that in any way. However, just from observations, we assume it to be very similar to what we experience on the Trails, that it's mostly non-ratepayers. Ratepayers often get seasons passes to bring up guests and family members and access the water. And then in Trails, the last statistics we were able to pull before some kind of statistical options changed was in 2022, and that's where we have that less than 1% information for Trails. So the one item in relation to recreation, so this would include all facility rentals, township-led recreation programs, events, pass fees, etc. But I'm recommending not including enhanced partnership program fees, and these are programs that a third party operates them. We have a revenue sharing agreement with them, just because the complexities of their deciding what their fees are, and then we take a percentage of it. So it would apply to all fees except the enhanced partnership program fees. At the Dorset Tower, apply to all fees at that location as well, and the same for the trails. Again, the trails and the tower each just utilize a system that all we can offer is a discount code system. We don't have the ability to make the software more robust in order to differentiate by address. Implementation timeline, there's two options I'd present for council's consideration. Is no matter what, we'd have to do a posting of the fee change, and we'd have to update our fees bylaw. We could do that now, and advertise it to people and ask that they call into the township office to let us know, and then we have a discussion about them, verify their ratepayer status, and then give them their discount code. The other option would be implemented along with the rate change that we do annually near the end of the year, and then all fees would be in place for the new year, and the discount code would go out with next year's tax bill. And then finally, I'd like council to comment on, on the fees increase consideration. So I know that a ratepayer discount, from my understanding in our initial conversations, is contrary to the desire of creating some more revenue with a non-ratepayer surcharge. So looking to council whether or not they'd want to consider a increased rate across the board while then providing a ratepayer discount. So essentially what that means is that everyone's being charged a non-ratepayer fee unless proven otherwise. And some information relative to that, just for consideration of water trails fees, is comparing ourselves to rates in Ontario Parks, which is the exact same as what we're offering. We're 27% higher than Ontario Parks for an adult rate currently, and 29% higher for a youth rate for backcountry campsites. Ontario Parks reduced their rates significantly during and after COVID. So as an example, we're $14.02 per adult per night. Ontario Parks is $11 per adult per night. So that's the rundown, and looking to council, the questions are, if we want to go ahead, what ratepayer discount percentage would council like to apply? Does council wish to consider a fee increase in conjunction with it? And the timeline that we'd like to implement.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the amount of work that's gone into this, and particularly understanding that you're dealing with different software and the challenges that are associated with that. I will have to say that this kind of came back to us in reverse of what I was expecting, but but I hear what you're saying about how this is efficient and user-friendly for staff. So, I really appreciate that. That's what, to me, that's one of our primary goals. We don't want to do something that's just going to create a lot more work. So, appreciate the work that's been done on that and the direction you've taken, and look to council for comments, starting with Councillor Short-Reed.
Chris, do you feel that because our camp rates are higher, that we'd lose a lot of business from that compared to Ontario Parks?
We have seen year-over-year increases almost every year that the water trails has been in existence. My monthly report, which is next, shows a decrease over last year's revenues. However, the general trend overall from the beginning of the water trails is an increase in attendance. Yeah.
And it's hard to tell whether that's to do with rates or not.
Go
ahead.
To add to that, we're during peak season, which is now July and August, we're at capacity. We really couldn't accommodate more campsites being rented during that time frame. Shoulder season, different story, but that's the same for all parks and just the industry in general.
Deputy Mayor Dayuth.
I like the report a lot. I really like the solution that's being proposed. I think it makes a tremendous amount of sense to offer the discount instead of a per person increase on the non-ratepayer. I like the terms ratepayer versus non-ratepayer. I think that's also exactly right. I am in favor of increasing the non-ratepayer fees as appropriate. I don't think I would feel comfortable agreeing to something today just because it sounds good. I do wonder if it's something that we should bring back for consideration at the time when we are scheduled to review fees, so that staff can put a bit more thought into what that might look like, given all the considerations you've suggested. Don't know if that means that we need to wait to move forward on the discount. Perhaps that is something that we would be, I mean, I really leave it up to obviously council and staff on that. My one question is, with the discount code, is it a discount code like 10% off 2026 that everyone gets? Or would each tax bill have a proprietary code so that it couldn't be shared with folks who are not ratepayers?
And that's a great question. And through you, Mayor, initially I was hoping that discount codes could be the tax roll number, meaning every person's tax roll number would be their discount code. You can't input that many discount codes. And so in short, everybody would have the same discount code. Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I get that's the concrete answer. I guess the disappointment there is people do tend to share with friends, and we do have a number of multi-generational cottages and residences, but mainly cottages in the area. And while I would absolutely understand the urge to share the same code with every person affiliated with that cottage, it would be a little bit like me going to Peterborough to visit my parents and using their discount code for the Peterborough YMCA, which I haven't supported through my tax dollars. So it is a bit of a, there's going to be a gray area there, but maybe the technology would allow us to have proprietary tax, as you say, tax roll number discounts in the future.
Go ahead.
And it's certainly that exact thing is something we've discussed and thought about the possibility of quite a bit, is that people can share codes and they'd have the same opportunity to do that if they were individual codes as well. And yes, it is a risk. And all of the systems that I looked at as potential possibilities all have the same risk in some way, shape, or form. So yes, there is the potential that people will be sharing codes.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit alarming. And not for something in my eyes like the water trails. I could see that happening, less. But I don't think, I really have a problem with the child coming and their parent lives here and using their discount code. It's really about protecting our taxpayers from subsidizing non-residents using the same services that they pay for. But something like the rec center, where you've got neighbors getting the same services with one's a taxpayer and one's not, I find that to be a lot more challenging to try to control who's getting that discount code and who's not. So I'd like to maybe see if there's a way we can rein that in. And then, like, what would we do if, for example, there's a lot of on the water trails, there's a lot of Facebook groups, social media, and somebody says, use this discount code and you'll get, a discount. Like, how do we control that?
Mhm.
Counselor Berry.
Not to complicate what's
It's
seemingly
already
to be
complicated.
fairly complicated. So I didn't get the memo. I'm just playing this out. I didn't get the memo that there's this discount. I've gone camping 5 times this year with my family. We've gone up to the tower. Now I hear wind of this discount. Is this retroactive? Is this a case of you didn't pay for it online? Just wondering how that works.
And that discussion is something that we had with the software providers as well, because the first thing they said is if you introduce different fees partway through a fee year, then you have the issue of the software. If somebody cancels their reservation and then reapplies it, et cetera, et cetera. The intention would be that with the discount code, it would be, it would not be retroactive from the moment it gets put in place. Is there a possibility somebody might benefit from canceling their reservation, forfeiting their cancellation fee, and then it pays off for them to then book new again? It'd be a very, very, very small loss because our cancellation policy doesn't give all their money back to begin with. And there'd only be a limited number of times that that could happen. But yeah, there's no way that I can think of in all the things that I thought about of different ways to handle this, including what you were mentioning about at the rec center, that there aren't, it's an imperfect system. There's no perfect way beyond actually like handing somebody an ID card that they scan when they walk in a door, or a person walking into a physical location and saying, here's my ID. And then the challenge with that is, imagine that happening, 300 times while people are lining up at the Dorset Tower in September,
Mhm.
you know?
Well, and the whole idea of a card, I mean, we've already looked at the issue of landfill cards and, what if we lose it and how are we going to improve that? Like, I mean, that's not the perfect answer either. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Bearing all of that in mind, I think it's a really great start. I think it establishes a premise in our township that we are looking to protect the people who have paid for certain things via their taxes, et cetera, et cetera. It's establishing that premise. And then as we change as a township and all of these technologies change, no doubt it's going to change. And maybe people will be having a ratepayer card for everything in 5 or 10 years, who knows? And this would be incorporated into that. But the fact that we're establishing the premise is, for me, what matters the most at this stage.
Go ahead.
And I absolutely feel the same way. It's a starting point. We'll learn as we get into it and we'll respond to it. Thinking about it, the recreation center, again, the software system there does have the ability to, as we develop it, align with boundaries on a map, but it's a software thing that's just taking some time to develop. So we may very well be able to have that in place in short order. I'm not sure. And certainly things like our Camus reservation software system, there could be future possibilities available as they develop. When I initially spoke to them, this is for our campsite reservations, they said, as an organization, them personally, they said, we're booking at least 2 years out of having discussions about software development, meaning they're not even willing to have a discussion about it, until 2 years from now. But those are things that they're not, unfortunately. And when I think of software and I go into this thinking, well, hopefully they can just kind of toggle a switch. We're talking about developing software to make those types of things happen.
Counselor Berry?
And then to go against the software, I want to pay cash. I want my discount. Am I now not entitled to that?
And in that case, so let's say, for example, somebody's at the gate at the Dorset Snowball.
Mhm.
That's going to happen, hundreds of times, and they would just have to say their discount code. And it'd be calculated right there. And with the idea of Yes, somebody could put this out on Facebook or something. There is that risk. If we notice, we'll develop a baseline of statistics over time. And if we notice all of a sudden, whoa, we came into this understanding 1% of our users are residents booking campsites and we're having like 50% bookings. There's something going on here. We could just change the code.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think it sounds definitely to be a software issue. I know like Disney had the Florida residence discount, but you had to use your Florida driver's license, so they had the software built to do that. Sounds like our providers haven't done it yet, but hopefully it's gonna come. But moving forward, I'm okay to do this as proposed, but I would suggest that it be for 2026. And we can talk about the specifics of the discount, maybe when we're looking at those fees.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that because it was one of the things that I was going to ask. Okay, so what's the timeline? When do you want to do this? I mean, do we all of a sudden change our fees now? Do we wait until we do the fee schedule that's for the following year? Like when do we implement this? And I gather that we need to come to an agreement on percent of discount as well. So, I need to hear from council on that. I'm kind of thinking that, well, and I've heard from you, like, this is great for now, but we should look into it some more. I don't know, like, what would your expectations of further research or work to be done?
I don't think further research necessarily. I just think that the staff probably have a better intuitive sense about what the measure might be in this direction and the measure might be in that direction that would be both fair and would not reduce the sales we have on certain things more than a group of people who haven't been working day in, day out with those fees. And because I do thoroughly agree that it should come in, in the next review of the fee schedule, I think that just gives us a little bit of time to go back, think about it some more, and have that conversation on the day with staff's input.
Okay, I think there's been an awful lot of thinking put into it already. How much more work is required here? And I know we need to it'd be nice to be able to establish baselines and get a handle on the numbers and the percentages, but go ahead, Chris.
Yes, through you, Mayor. What I'm understanding from the conversation is that at the end of the year timeframe when we're doing review, I'd bring back a percentage recommendation along with a fee increase recommendation. Yeah.
Could sound reasonable to everyone?
Yep.
So at this point in time, we would just simply be receiving the report without making any specific recommendations, or include in the bylaw that we would include the changes in our upcoming fees. Okay, if you want to read the resolution as you have it.
Be it resolved, council receives Park Recreation and Trails Report BRT 1225 regarding resident and non-resident rate for information and further direct staff to implement the recommended discount code process in conjunction with the 2026 fees review, the 2026 fees review and tax bill mail.
Sound reasonable? Mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards. All in favor? It's carried. Once again, thanks for your work and for everyone's work on that, because I'm sure it went beyond yourself. Monthly activity report.
Yes, so a few things to highlight here. I'm just going to skip right down to docks and landings. So our preparation and mail out of the community questionnaire for Fletcher Landing is currently out. That closes August 25th. We're already getting a number of responses. And a reminder to those who haven't or may not have seen the mail out that all property owners on Fletcher Lake are invited to participate by visiting Let's Connect Algonquin Highlands.ca. We have our request for tender out currently for the Russell Lake Landing project on Coagama Lake. That closes July 30th, so looking forward to seeing the results from that request for tender. I had, as requested from council, requested an updated quotation for log chute removal. Council can expect to receive some more information on that very soon. Moving to grants, we did receive correspondence indicating that unfortunately we were unsuccessful in the request for funding under the Community Sport and Rec Infrastructure Fund for the Dorset Recreation Center HVAC and digital signage project that we applied for last year. And at the Dorset Tower, we are moving towards construction for the lightning strike protection system and the structural upgrades on the Dorset Tower structure. Crews will be mobilizing very soon. We have put out information in a notice for folks regarding that the tower structure will be closed during construction up until August 8th. The park remains open. Access to the water system remains open. The trail, the gift shop, Peekaboo Rock, and all other aspects of the park.
With respect to that particular item, I know there has been a little bit of a buzz about the timing of the work being done on the tower. Is there any flexibility there at all, or could you at least speak to that just a little bit? I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm sure that you've seen some of the comments that have been on social media about the tower and why didn't we do it during COVID, or why are we doing it during peak season? I know this is a busy season. I don't know that I would call it the peak season, because to me that's the fall. But is there any flexibility on the timing of when we do this work?
So thank you. And I certainly understand people's disappointment, and as we do construction that they won't be able to access the structure, and the timing for it is set. It's part of the contract. It goes from now until August 6th actually is when the contract aligns with for completion. So it's a 3-week time frame. It may be completed ahead of the 3-week time frame. It may not, but the nature of tenders and the contracts that are associated with them have timelines with them. So that is the timeline that's been agreed to by contract. The timing, council recall last year we tendered this project. It was over budget. We reviewed budget again this year. We decided to retender. We did that after budget approval, and we retendered this spring with a timeline that allowed the space to be available for contractors to be able to get on site and actually review the site when it wasn't winter, to be able to give an informed bid. We received the bids back. We had a bid that was significantly under expected budget and significantly under the budget or the bid that we received last year. So the timeline really facilitated the budget approval process, the site review, the multi-week tender posting, and then our main objective. Yes, it's a busier time of year, but it's certainly not peak season at the tower. The main objective is to align it with being done long before fall color season starts, which is what put us to now.
Thanks for that. Questions or comments on the activity report? Could I then have a mover and a seconder to receive the activity report? Councillors Short-Reed and Richards.
Council Short-Reed, second by Council Richards, be it resolved, Council receives park recreation and trail report PRT 1325 regarding monthly activities for the month of June for information.
All in favor? That's carried. I think last on your list is the opportunity for an accessibility grant. You may have a suggestion with respect to that.
Yes, and through you, Mayor, if I may, Mr. Thorne is here to speak to that with me as well, as he oversees some of the infrastructure I'll be speaking to for the options.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Thorne.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
So we just received word, and what you have attached to the agenda is the email regarding the enhancing access to space for everyone. It's an accessibility related grant. $60,000 is available per successful applicant for identified accessibility projects. The deadline for applications are August 14th. Which facilitated the need to discuss this at this council meeting. I actually have at 1 o'clock the information session that's happening associated with it. So the timelines are always tight with these grants. Our entire management team met during our department head meeting earlier in the week, and we discussed that there's two priorities right now that we'd like to bring forward for council's consideration in this application. One being at the Dorset Recreation Center, where currently, and this has just occurred, the lift on the stairs that accesses downstairs needed some repairs. And as we made a service call, as we were looking at repair options, we found out that the circuit board associated with it cannot be replaced and the entire system needs to be replaced. So only very recently, one quotation that we received for replacement is $55,000. Now, and specifics to these projects Adam can speak to, but what, and I'm going to give another option after this. The thing to consider with this is that the timelines for approval with the grant are listed as November, December. However, from our experience, we do typically see that approvals are later than that. They're more typical to be in the spring. So that's to say that if we go this route with this application for this grant, we'd be deciding to have the downstairs without an accessibility option as far as a lift goes at the Dorset Recreation Center from now until potentially next spring. So there's that for consideration. The second, and these are by no means in order of priority, but the second option that is on our list is accessibility next door at the Stanhope Firefighters Community Hall, where there's currently not a current up to code accessible option. That is something that we have identified for review and implementation in the future, but what we could look at here is applying for an accessible lift in the entranceway of the Stanhope Hall.
Just immediately the hands go up. Before we go to questions, is there anything you wanted to add to that, Adam?
No, Chris did a great job of covering it. It was part of our discussion in our department meeting. So I think if there's any questions, we can certainly help answer them.
Councillor Berry, and then Councillor Deputy Mayor Day. Excuse me.
I think my preference would be to apply for the stair lift in Dorset. However, there's a part of me that would want to just go ahead and put that into place because of the access to it, where I feel Stanhope, you still have the ramp to access the building. That's my thoughts.
Deputy Mayor Day.
If I could just split hairs on the language used in the email that was circulated to us for your interpretations. In the third paragraph from the email, they say a proposed project must, and must is underlined, support an existing relevant plan, such as a municipal multi-year accessibility plan, age-friendly community plan, or organizational strategic plan. Is it your interpretation that a repair on an existing thing would constitute part of a plan? That the way I read it, it kind of felt like there was a forward motion and a replacement of an existing thing may not be interpreted as part of that. And I wondered how you read those words.
Um, it's certainly it's something that as we get into the application, and one of the things to consider is you don't get to see the application until you decide to start applying for the application. It's not available and when you get this information, but certainly accessibility in general aligns with our municipal plans and county level plans. This does allow for retrofits to existing, and that's the angle I'd be taking on it. Yeah.
Counselor Berry.
All right, just so I'm clear, I personally would just like to get the lift repaired. Like not having anything to do with the ramp or anything to do with the grant. Angie has her.
Madam CAO.
And that is definitely part of the challenge is if council directs that we apply for the funding, usually the funding criteria doesn't allow you to start the project until you're approved. So if council wants us to go ahead and do the repairs, we would have to opt for a different project and just go ahead and do the repairs right away.
Deputy Mayor Deo.
I'm sure in your management meeting, you thought about the Oxtongue Lake Community Center too. Could you talk us through why Oxtongue Lake was not considered a candidate for this application?
Probably because it costs 5 times as much.
I will defer this through you, Mayor, to Mr. Thorne.
Thank you. Excuse me. So we still have the projects on the go for the community centers, Oxtongue and the Stanhope Firefighters Community Center. So through our discussion in the meeting, it was looked at that the lift going into the community center here in Stanhope would be less than the project up in the Oxtongue Community Center. So although we could apply for funding for accessibility at the Oxtongue Community Center, this is only up to 60,000. That entire project would be well over that. Where in our meeting, we felt it was beneficial and efficient for us to look at the community center in Stanhope based on the cost of being closer to the $60,000 to install that lift. So we felt it was a little more efficient and cost effective to apply this grant to something like that. And then if there was any overages that wasn't covered by this grant, it wouldn't succeed what the Oxtongue one would.
Do you have any insight whatsoever into why we haven't been successful in getting anybody to bid on the work in Oxtongue?
Well, we haven't put anything out in regards to the Oxtongue project. The Oxtongue project right now is sitting with myself and our project manager to go over the design plans for it. It's a project that's in play right now, but we have not put that out anywhere yet.
Ever? Like I really, I didn't, anyway, I was under the understanding that we had put a tender out and it was, nobody bid on it.
That was a number of years ago, and that was for an accessible ramp that went out to tender twice, and there was no successful bidders.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Adam.
If I could follow up on that a little bit further, is that's part of the challenge with this building in Oxtongue, and it's not a challenge that we can't get through by any means, but that's the challenge we're facing right now is the design plans for that building, because there is a lot of options that can be done there, and it's coming up with 3 plans that are efficient and cost effective for the building, for the longevity of the building, because it does have a lot of moving parts in it. The entrance, an upstairs bathroom, an accessible bathroom. There's a lot of things that need to be ticked off before we can just start putting in an entrance. And that's what's been working on in the backgrounds right now. Yeah.
It would almost seem like we would have to put an addition on the building when you know, looking at the stairs, what would be required in the stairs, a lift, the washrooms, the whole, it's a.
I think you'll be surprised at the layout, because we have had some layouts come back that we've been working on, and I think you'll be surprised when we bring those forward of what we were hopefully able to accomplish. Yep.
Councilor Richards.
Is there no like warranty on these lifts, like for something like the computer going or?
Yes, through you, Mayor. Of course, there would be warranties on it, but this lift is quite a few years old. And unfortunately, it's the computer board that's obsolete and can't be replaced. So the estimate that we did receive is it is costly estimate. However, they're going to reuse a lot of the parts. So the rail system is going to be reused, but the whole lift can't be.
Counselor Shortreed.
I just can't see keeping the lift in Dorset closed for 6 months. No access to the downstairs, the library, no access. Yeah.
Oh, the library. Okay, I'm kind of hearing that we'd like to maybe proceed with trying to do the lift in Dorset. Go ahead.
So our staff's recommendation would be to utilize this funding opportunity for the Stanhope Firefighters Community Center lift. And then replace the lift in Dorset out of our own reserve.
Okay. Sorry about that. We're all on board with that? Gotta have a mover and a seconder then? Counselor Shortreed, Richards? Reserves? My apologies. I thought we were saying one or the other, not both, but making great strides forward this way. Go ahead.
Moved by Council Shortly, seconded by Council Richards, be resolved. Council directs staff to submit an application under the Ontario Building More Accessible Communities or the Stanhope Community Center Accessible Lift, and that council directs the lift at the Dorset Recreation Center be replaced and funded from accessibility reserves.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, and my apologies to you, Mr. Thorne, and to Melissa, because we're going to break for lunch.
Thank you.
I think until half an hour, good enough? 1 o'clock? Okay. Welcome back to the open session. Next up on the agenda is environmental business. Good afternoon.
Thank
So you have your monthly activity report.
So June is getting busy season, so lots of questions and queries. If I could just do a little promotion, just a reminder to everybody that the pink landfill user ID cards that were in use with the expiry date of April 30th are still in use and will continue to be in use. So we've had lots of inquiries about that, and I appreciate all the township staff have been helping to get that word out. So,
And I have been reminding people at lake meetings that their pink cards are still good to go.
thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. Just add a note on, at the last meeting, I mentioned the timeline for our new agreement with Circular Materials moving into the post-transition period. Had a fairly lengthy timeline on it. There has been some movement on that, so that's great. So we're hoping to see a change order for the next council meeting. So that's some good news there. Did have a chance to have my colleagues from Minden, Dysart, and Highlands East out, and we toured the Maple Lake site. They were eager to see the scale operations there, so that was a nice opportunity to show off a little bit and let them see what we've got going there. And they're all working on other developments, so it was a good opportunity to share some ideas as well, and that was wonderful. I have been having some discussions with our hazardous waste management service providers, just in some of the options for the future. So that work is ongoing, and I'm starting to look at plans for next year, and bringing that back to council as well. And just a quick note, I'd mentioned last time our cottage kit sales, and those still are going very strong. I think in my report, I had 715 sales this year, and I think we're up to 825 or so. So just in a week, they're going, and that's great. The popularity of those is growing, and that's really nice to see. People are recognizing that it's a convenient alternative to having to negotiate their landfill cards and to get them out to their visitors and guests. So really, really happy to see that.
I would, that one question that based on hazardous waste, I have heard some concerns out of Oxtongue that, as I did mention to you, that there doesn't seem to be a hazardous waste day in Oxtongue, even though it was my understanding that we were looking at a separate contractor and we're going to do a trial in Oxtongue this year. So I'm hearing some voices out of Oxtongue about what's going on. If you could speak to that at all.
Sure, through Mayor. We had that idea was there for a pilot project that we haven't been able to get all of the details of an agreement together. There were some requirements that I think they anticipated being a little bit simpler than they were. So that hasn't happened to date. So we don't have a full event scheduled for Oxtongue at this time. And unfortunately, I think at this late time, that's not going to be a possibility for this year.
Well, it's unfortunate. Did you have your hand up?
It was to pose that very same question. That's a pretty big chunk of news. Are you already prepared to say it is not going to happen, or is there still some hope?
I will never give up hope. It's just a matter of timing now. We would be looking at something for September at this point, and I mean, I certainly can, any information that comes forward, obviously I'll bring back to council in September. But I don't have anything, I don't have anything to report at this time.
Right. So my follow-up would be, and I apologize, I don't have the hazardous waste schedule in front of me. If we aren't able to achieve something for Oxtongue, even in September or Thanksgiving, there are a lot of people up that are there quite late into the season. Would we still be in time to refer people to the Dorset waste event, hazardous waste event, or where in the schedule does that fall? I cannot recall if that was.
Sure, if I may, the Dorset event is scheduled for August 16th and Maple Lake for October 18th. It's the week after Thanksgiving, if I haven't got that date right. So yeah, there is a a gap between those events. And whether other opportunities would be considered is something.
I'm sorry, what was that? What about other opportunities?
If council, wanted to consider something else, I haven't had discussions with, on the event side of things, but hosting a full event, so.
My concern is that we have led the Oxtongue residents to believe that there would be a hazardous waste day in Oxtongue this year, and they're feeling left out, ignored, and we haven't let them really know. They're just sort of like, what's going on? I think that we need to either do something or let them know, what their options are, one way or the other. Madam CEO.
So when council made the decision based on Melissa's recommendations, the resolution was very specific to using E360 for the Oxton event. Melissa did talk to me about, she had a very late idea about possibly asking our current provider to do a split day for Dorset and Oxton. It's August 16th. And so that would require a resolution of council today.
Thoughts on that?
Would it
Go
be
ahead.
possible to do a provisional resolution wherein if we can't achieve the trial, then we would just automatically authorize staff to have that negotiation with the current provider?
Go ahead.
We don't know costs at this time, right? And I think, sorry, we don't know costs at this time?
If I may, through Mayor, as opposed to an event cost, which is quite costly, I think in the $9,000 was the mobilization cost to have a full 4-hour event. This would be, there'd be the option to essentially add on to the Dorset event. So just, it would be an hourly rate. I don't unfortunately have what the hourly rate would be in the past. You know, this was a few years ago, but 5 years ago, it was $150 an hour. So, I mean, it might be something double or so of that, but it would be substantially less than any provider. Our previous event provider, our event costs just for mobilization, so not materials cost, were about $4,500 for the event. So this, I couldn't see being more than $1,000. That's at the top end.
Councillor Shortreed.
I think we should decide right now. It's only a month away and to
Yeah,
get
we
advertising.
need to advise, let people know so they can.
We're better off to do what we know we can do.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I mean, we made the decision because the cost of it was so significant with our current provider to have a separate Oxtongue Day. And we were hopeful that a pilot with the other company would, give us an indication of service and reduction in cost. I think at this late, we don't even know what the cost is going to be. I'm not really prepared to rush doing so without knowing what the cost is. And given that the reason that the cost was so high was because it wasn't attended by people in Oxtongue, to make that cost per person brought down. It was almost $400 a person. That's significant.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I hear you 100%, but it sounds like a split event could come in at a considerable reduction over a full day's event. So I do wonder if we could perhaps set an upset limit. If staff is able to negotiate it to a certain amount, then go ahead. Just because we will not be meeting again until, well, no, it's just a hair before this event.
Not timely
Yeah,
enough.
not enough
No.
time.
But we don't even really know what an upset, like I'm not hearing exactly how we would establish an upset limit.
If I may, to have it to be that it would, what, budget's available for and what you deem to be a reasonable amount, I think is fair. So, if you wanted, to go to the upper end, I wouldn't, $1,500, that's $750 an hour that, if it can't be done within that, I don't think that number is just my own. It might not be reasonable, to do. So to think of it in those terms as opposed to, I don't know the cost. Unfortunately, the provider hasn't gotten back to me with what that rate is. I had tried to reach out to her this morning, but she didn't get back to me. So if it can be done with an upset limit, if it meets that, whatever rate you're comfortable with. And if it's not that, and with that, I still will continue, even if we do want to do the split event, I mean, I still continue. And if there are other opportunities, they're not, like, that's not off the table. Certainly. This is just an additional opportunity.
Councillor Richards.
Well, another concern is that, if Dorset residents are expecting, a full day event and now we're cutting it in half. And then they go there and it's been changed, like we're causing more upset within.
Well, and
Dorset.
that sounds like we're not even able to say for sure, if we don't know what the upset limit is, that there's going to be something in Oxtown either. I don't want to leave, like, I would like us to be decisive. It's either yes or no, or we can do it for this amount of money. And, I don't like this unsurety, and a good point about expectations in Dorset. Did you, go ahead.
Sure, if I may, through your, the idea was as to extend the event essentially on August 16th, to have the same 4 hours that we have already scheduled and already advertised for Dorset. And then they would move to Oxtown and be there for, an hour and a half, or, to give the people in Oxtown a closer opportunity to bring their materials, as opposed to having to drive to Dorset. And so the cost isn't a mobilization cost like we pay for Dorset, where it's, getting trucks on the road and getting staff and everything. The additional is to add 2 hours to the Dorset event, would be what I would suggest. And then to have a cost for just that additional time.
Which would be, again, how much?
I threw out a number. I mean, $1,500 would be, that's just my sort of thoughts as something that would be reasonable to work within.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
So maybe that's my misunderstanding then. It's additional time in Dorset. It's not up to Oxtown.
No, additional time in Oxtown.
In Oxtown,
Yeah.
okay. Then I would honestly move to push hard to see if we can get the trial the way we had originally agreed. And if that cannot come to fruition before, late October, then we, and that to be known very, very soon, that we authorize staff at an upset limit of $3,000 to do a split event with Oxtown on the 16th of August, just for, having a decision.
Go ahead.
There were 22 people last year at the Oxtown event. At $3,000, that's significant still. I don't want to take, service away from them, but they didn't use it. That's why it's not there, and that's why we made the decision we made.
I understand, but we made the decision on the back of, I think, a $9,000 event, and $3,000 is actually less than the previous year's event, which I think came in around $4,000, if I'm not mistaken. And what I'm hearing from staff is that no guarantees, but it could actually only be up to $1,500. And so the additional 15 is just to make sure that if the budget comes in at 17, we don't have to have a special meeting in order to authorize the additional $200.
Yeah, I want us to be decisive and be able to let people know this is what's happening, as opposed to waiting and saying, maybe we can do this. Like, it sounds kind of iffy about the trial with another contractor. I think I'd rather suggest an upset limit of $2,000, which should cover, if that's a little bit more than what Melissa's suggesting, kind of covers us. And if we can't do it for that, but we definitely let the Oxtown folks know what's going on in every way that we can. Thoughts about that? You'd put a motion on the floor. Can you revise your resolution to 2,000? Can we get a seconder there? Councillor Shortreed. Madam CEO.
Just a question for council is, if it comes in at $2,500, are we not having the event?
Well, if that's, we're saying that there's an upset limit of $2,000, then yeah, we're saying no event.
Okay.
That's my understanding. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I get that clarity, but that is still half of what we paid last year for the event. So I would have thought that it's still a savings over the last number of years.
If we set an upset limit, which we're talking about doing, we have to stick to that upset limit. We're not going to, because there's, as you said, no opportunity for us to change things. That, I mean, if it comes in above the upset limit, then it's not something that we approve or authorize.
Well, then I think I stick to my 3. If someone else wants to have a counter motion, absolutely fine, but I would stick to my 3 on my move.
Is there a seconder for $3,000 upset limit? You're seconding it? All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so you've got some direction there? Yes, please.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councilor Short-Reed, be it resolved, council receives environmental report ED 1425 regarding June monthly activities for information, and council authorized staff to contact the current provider to endorse a personal hazardous waste day event to split the service to include October Lake within an upset limit of $3,000.
You already got an all in favor, so. We really need to seriously consider this going forward, what we're going to do, what it is costing per person. Be interesting to see, you know, if we have an event there, how many people do attend. And, you know, be open about how much it's costing per person with them, and, you know, so that there's a full understanding there about, like, we didn't just decide to arbitrarily cut off service in Oxton. That's, you know, not what we're intending to do. And I'd like us to continue to look at possibilities for future years to see if there isn't any kind of other opportunity for us to continue to offer the service there.
And if I may, that certainly is, and that, those are the discussions, you know, that I've been starting to have, or, you know, and we had a report about a mobile depot idea, and so I'm looking, and that's coming back as soon as I can get some more firm details on those options. And so I think,
I thought we made a decision on the mobile unit.
yes, to pursue it further was the decision. So not for this year, but for the future. And I can go back and double check for sure what the resolution there was. I apologize. I don't have, I didn't review it.
It was my understanding, well, I mean, you can double check the resolution that we had decided against moving forward with a mobile unit. Now, if it's something that's unique to Oxton, and that's the only way that we can offer a service there, I don't know. I guess I'd like to hear from other members of council. Thoughts? Councillor Berry.
I believe that we, during budget, decided that we were not proceeding with the mobile unit. The cost was far too much, and that the budget was when we decided that that was not, I don't know if there would be a resolution, but I believe it was a budget discussion that sort of squashed that.
Councillor Richards.
I thought that it was to be further researched and discussed with cooperation through other municipalities on a collective.
I guess we need to see the resolution. If we all have different thoughts about what it's actually said, it was my understanding that we agreed not to move forward with it, but we'll look forward to hearing that from you next meeting.
I will check all the details and make sure that we're on course with what was planned, and open up the opportunities. You know, as I say, I've been chatting with other municipalities and other service providers. I will try and bring forward some good options to look at. I put that out mainly. I don't want residents in Oxton to think that they've been forgotten, and that their services, they are very important, and I'm
Well, and that's a key point for us. I mean, we really do want to make sure that everybody gets service within a reasonable cost. And if there is that option for a mobile service in Oxtongue, I'm not sure that we're interested in looking at a mobile service for the entire municipality, traveling lake to lake. I think we were not in favor of that, but if there is an opportunity for Oxtongue, I think we'd like to hear about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we will now move on to Public Works. Good afternoon, again.
Yes.
Sorry to make you wait all that time for probably what is not a lot of discussion. Airport Committee, anything that you want to speak to on that? I think other than just accepting the minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the last meeting was unfortunately because we had to do the delay, and then we had another meeting to talk about a couple other items that we were going to be working on over the course of the year. There really wasn't a lot to bring forward to council, unfortunately.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes or approve the minutes of June the 12th? Councillor Short-Reed. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
By Councilor Short-Reed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved, council receives the info from the unified airport committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next item is the site plan drawing for a proposed gazebo at Dorset.
And if I can, I would like to bring our project manager up to discuss this project.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, and members
Afternoon.
of council, my esteemed colleagues, Owen and Angie. So it's been a while since I've been here. So today I'm here to talk about a site plan drawing to move forward with some plans for the Heritage Museum. Sort of in keeping with the presentation this morning from the county CAO, I was able to solicit the engineering team at the county, and we produced an AutoCAD drawing depicting sort of a tentative location for a gazebo. It's also been staked out in the field for a visual for anyone who happens to be in that Dorset area. I've also been in contact with Sir Sanford Fleming College people to try and form a collaborative for next year. Their program, they already had a commitment for 2025, so we're on the top of the list for 2026. So,
Good.
yeah, that's, contingent upon the program still being in place and, their financials too, so.
If there is an opportunity for a partnership, or if that goes forward for a partnership for a gazebo with the college, I'd like to make sure that we include a foundation or like a floor.
With the college team, yes.
Or that we include that in the scope of the project overall.
Yeah.
Just so that it's not something that we end up coming back to and looking at.
Agreed. Okay. No, that's good.
And anybody have any questions or comments on the proposed location? Councillor Short-Reed.
Just a small detail. I thought they changed their mind to 20 by 12.
I know there was some discussion for that change, but I didn't receive that officially.
Okay.
However, not to say that we could make that change quite readily.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably be contingent on costing too, when we increase the size, so just to keep that in mind.
20 by 12 from,
In here it says 20 by 10, and I'm sure they said 20 by 12, so I just didn't want that 2 feet to get.
Lost.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, we'll get some clarification on that. Any thoughts or concerns about the location? I think that's what you're looking for approval for today.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. And if I could add, if we do go ahead with the additional 2 feet in width, then most likely that 2 feet will come towards the county road. Just because there's an underground service to the museum on the backside, so.
I don't foresee that being a problem or.
No, I think, yeah, it's a, yeah, modest change.
Any other questions or comments? Good day, have a mover and a seconder that we move forward with based on the information that we've got and clarification on the size of the gazebo. Councillor Berry and Shortly.
Moved by Council Berry, second by Council Shortly. Be resolved, Council receives report PM 325 regarding site plan drawing proposed gazebo at proposed which will receive information. Council hereby approves proposed gazebo, the size of up to 20 by 12, and in the approximate proposed location noted on the site plan is submitted, subject to the approval of the partnership.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Next up, fire services.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Council.
Afternoon.
The first item that I'm going to bring forward is the updated ENR bylaw. Excuse me. There is some highlights of what is the changes are to the ENR bylaw. With the implementation of the new deputy fire chief, it's the wording to allow the deputy fire chief to fill the role and duties of the fire chief in their absence, which we didn't have before. So that's all been accommodated. And the second major change there is to Appendix B to reflect what we've done as a fire department in our level of training. We've gone from awareness to operations for hazmat. And with our technical rescue team, we now do swift water and high angle. So they all both reflect in the ENR bylaw. So that's the changes that have been proposed.
Okay, so that would come under our bylaw section. Well, yeah, over and above that. Okay. Any questions for the chief? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillors Richards and Shortly. And we'll see the bylaw brought forward under the bylaw section. Isn't that easy?
It was very easy and very appreciated.
Moved by Council Richards, second by Council Shortly, be it resolved, Council receives fire service report FB 625 regarding the establishing and regulating bylaw for Algonquin Highlands Fire Services for information. The council concurs with the recommendation made in said report and directs the updated bylaw for consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Any highlights on your monthly activity report?
Yes, there is. The first highlight that I want to bring forward is last year we put through a no daytime burning that council passed, and we actually passed it across the county for all 4 townships. And it's been very effective, as you noticed in the last couple of weeks. It's been hot and dry. And we've been borderline that we've had if we had to call a fire ban or not. And because of that agreement that council passed, we had the flexibility that we didn't have to, because previously we'd call a fire ban to bring back the permits. And now we've had more leniency because in the evenings after 7 o'clock, there's more humidity and less wind. So it hasn't impacted the community near as much. So again, commend what council did last year to do this. And we've only had 1 burning complaint this year so far, which is very, very positive. The other highlight is all the training that's taking place. You'll notice that it is specialized training. We've had airport response training. We've been training with my 3 words and other items. And as a real positive note, just in regards to the training of fire calls, we, for the last 6 weeks, have been averaging 16 people at the Station 88 training for each
16
night.
people.
16 people a night. So that's really good. We've had some good changeovers. It's a really positive attitude. And our officers are partaking in doing the training. So it's making it interesting. So everyone stepped up. And we're seeing that in responses to calls too. A lot more involvement. So that's really nice to see.
I'm sure your comments about the My 3 Words are music to Deputy Mayor Dayu's ears.
Yeah, it's great. And it's common. Like even our dispatch out of Smith Falls can use it for us to recognize our things.
How's the response been to calls?
For here, they're up, they're way up. Like say at Station 80 is where we really notice it. But we've been averaging high, like 8 to 10 people for medical calls, which is good. Because of the staffing in stations 70 and 60, we have joint response. Automatically, both stations gets paged out, and then based on what's needed, we adjust accordingly. But again, with the two stations, we're still in a higher number, up probably 10 at least for a call. So that's nice to see.
Good to hear. Deputy Mayor, do you?
At the risk of asking a more operational question, what is your foreseeable timeline on being able to disaggregate 60 from 70 again so that it isn't a mutual call every time? Because there are cost implications and morale implications too. I think if someone gets called out a couple times a week and then turned around before they even get to the scene. So do you have a sort of an end date for this in mind?
At this point, we can't, just because we don't have the staffing based on the demographics. I think the patrol staffing, for example, for Station 70 is 7, and Dorset's 12. We just aren't getting the people there, but we have to ensure we have a response. When they do get called out on a dual response, they do get paid accordingly. They get a 2-hour minimum for responding, and that. So I haven't heard any negative. I did speak with DC Dimfeld this morning to see what they're getting from that end of it. I'm hoping at Station 60 that their staffing will increase, because we did have 2 firefighters who were fortunate enough to have full-time opportunities, and they've been away for 14 weeks for training, but they're back now. And that really makes them more available. And along with 1 firefighter in Oxton Lake who's gone full-time, but they're only out of the community for 24-hour periods 7 times a month. So they're around all that extra time. So now they're back, the staffing could improve. So then when that happens, we'll limit the 2-station response to MVCs and structure fires and not as much to medicals.
Any other questions? Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the monthly activity report? Thank you. Short read and Barry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's do that.
By reason, making to very brief, with all these fire service report of the something high regarding the monthly activities during the nation.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up is finance. Good afternoon, Madam Treasurer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Versus your asset management plan update.
Thank you. This report has been prepared to provide council with the results of the RFP for the asset management plan update. In accordance with OREG 58817, our current asset management plan, which was adopted in October 2020, is due to be reviewed and updated. So the AMP document is an integral part of the annual budget process and a long-term financial plan. And its continual review and update ensures that our services and assets are sustained into the future. And a well-managed plan will foster growth, prosperity, and quality of life for all residents, businesses, and visitors. During the budget process, we had estimated a cost of $40,000 for the update. And it was approved and to be coming from working funds. We have completed the RFP and we received 3 proposals. And we've reviewed them and evaluated them and are recommending that we award the project to Urban RE at a cost of $51,500 plus tax. Unfortunately, this is higher than what was estimated. But it is our recommendation that as this was being funded from working funds, the shortage or this additional cost would come from working funds as well. So upon council's approval, we will proceed with the review, which is to be completed by the end of September, and then we'll provide an updated AMP accordingly.
Well, it's not like we've got much of a choice, as given that it's a legislated requirement to have our asset management updated within a certain period of time. The only question that I have got is, do we have a mechanism for follow-up on the level of success that we have in following our asset management plan sort of like, I know it's not an ROI, but I mean, sort of something similar to show that we're following it. We're, that basically that we're following the plan.
We don't actually
Following
have like a measurement tool, but if you recall during all budget discussions, our department heads will often reference the AMP because they actually refer to the asset management plan and the schedules that are a part of it that show when things are to be completed and in like the annual amounts, like they say a year-to-year breakdown, you know, of certain things to be done. So the aim is to keep up with the AMP and department heads do their best to do so. If there's a budget constraint of some sort, it may have to be swayed a year or so, but they do try to keep in line with the AMP and they reference those schedules all the time.
I mean, given the legislative requirements that we have an asset management plan in place, are there any, is there a downside to us not completing, you know, a project, like you said, a year or so? Is there a downside to that other than it ended up costing us more money ultimately in the end? I guess, you know, I see it when we're doing projects and priorities and looking at our review, there's lots of times when, you know, projects can't be completed. And they're, you know, they're brought forward for the following year or, you know, as best we can. I just wonder if there's any way of reporting on the level of success that we have with the asset management plan. If can that be built into an RFP for doing an asset management plan review?
Possibly. I mean, you have to remember the asset management plan is a wish
plan.
list. In a
Well, it's
perfect,
gotta be
well, not
more
a
than a
wish
wish
list, but
list.
it's a perfect world. Like if all of the monies come in and all of the funding and everything come together in a perfect world, this is the plan. So this is what you're aiming at. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work that way. I'm not saying it, I mean, we try and toe the line and keep it right in line with the asset management plan, but because of those shortfalls, or, you know, monies have to go directed elsewhere, or projects come in at different costs than what we anticipated, there is gonna have to be some sway. So in a perfect world, you want to follow that asset management plan verbatim, but unfortunately, it doesn't always.
Is there such a thing as a perfect world?
Not quite in a municipal world.
I guess what I'm saying is that although the province legislates that we have an asset management place, there's no consequences if it's not followed. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, there's no legislated penalty or anything that if in one particular year we're required to, our AMP says we have to replace a piece of equipment and it gets carried over to the following year. There's nothing that's legislated that we get penalized for that. I mean, it's a living document for council to follow. So if there's a recommendation to change that order and council approves it, that's well within our legislative ability.
Correct.
Any other questions about that report moving forward? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
My memory may not be perfect on this, and perhaps I'll direct this more to Angie than to you. If I recall correctly, the last time we had our asset management plan updated, there were some places where accessibility changes were not included in you know, potential upgrades and updates. Is that something that, does that not sound familiar? I just seem to recall when we saw the scope of what was being required for example, the Oxton Lake Community Center, accessibility wasn't included in the thinking of what had to happen during the life of the plan. And I'm just wondering if that's something that is going to remain the same. I know the terms of reference are done and in the books, but that was a gap that I noted. And given the legislation on accessibility improvements, I wonder if we'll see that more strongly in this next plan.
I know that the asset management plan, when it takes into account replacement of assets, it's replacement of the asset itself, not for improvements to accessibility or any other improvements that the township may want to undertake. So that'll be outside the scope of the plan.
Okay, that's the clarification that yeah.
So could I have a mover and a seconder to move forward with the asset management plan? Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Vickers, seconded by Councillor Barry, be it resolved, Council receive report 2025 regarding the results of the hospital reviewing the issues of the Council confers with the recommendations between the said report. He wants the project to urban area at 51,500 taxes that any shortfall must be committed to reserve. The council hereby authorizes the CAO to sign the priority.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your report on financial software.
And I'm going to invite Deputy Treasurer Sarah Hudson up. Technical side of things,
Deputy Clerk.
Deputy
That-
Clerk, sorry.
I was gonna say, you're not.
No.
Treasurer.
My
Although
apologies.
you're wearing similar colors.
Yeah. She was my Deputy Treasurer.
That's true.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this report has been prepared to provide council with an update regarding the planned replacement of the existing GP Dynamics software and to seek approval on proceeding with the next steps. As you know, Central Square will be discontinuing support of GP Dynamics in 2029. So in response and in alignment with our joint IT strategy, we have collaborated with neighboring municipalities and the county to gather information on available ERP solutions. We did an RFI to gather some of that information. We are now seeking council support and approval to proceed with the RFP process in collaboration with participating partners.
Which are? Who are the participants?
At this point is County of Halliburton and Township of Minden Hills. Notably, as tentative timeline has now been established, which is earlier than anticipated, we are recommending that we redirect the funds previously earmarked for the AP automation software or project to the ERP replacement project. We estimate the cost will range between $300,000 and $350,000 for this ERP replacement for Algonquin Highlands. And we recommend the project be funded from the administration, special projects reserve, and working funds. So we feel this shared initiative demonstrates our commitment to modernizing municipal operations, enhancing service delivery, and ensuring long-term sustainability through partnership. As a collaborative ERP project, the township should not only gain from new technology, but also from efficiencies, cost savings, and strategic alignment. So should council support this project, we will work to finalize a timeline, issue an RFP, and progress towards the goal of an early 2027 go-live date. And we feel this coordinated approach will set the foundation for a successful ERP implementation.
And the RFP would be developed in coordination between all three parties,
Correct.
but put out by the county on behalf of the parties. Okay. Councillor Barry?
I assume that price is for just Algonquin Highlands. Yeah. I thought it was maybe split between the other.
You hoped. Well, I mean, it's one of the things that we did see during the budget process. If you looked at the number of places that we saw software increases, it was a pretty substantial amount of money. It's kind of shocking, but it's the way of the future. Other questions or comments? Councillor Barry?
How much is currently in this year's budget? Like, are we hoping to finance it over several years?
We will have to finance it over several years. We'll do it over this year, next year, and possibly into 2027 as well. The RFP hasn't even been prepared. So based on the timeline, we'll have monies set aside. Any monies that were set aside this year, as I say, for the AP automation will remain in the reserve and then put towards it for next year. So it just won't, the monies will be remain untouched for this year unless we end up with costs related to it.
Okay.
And then I assume with this type of software, there comes tech support. Is the tech support included in this, or is this now tech support that's gonna come out of the county?
Go ahead,
Through you,
Sarah.
Mayor. That is all still to be determined through the RFP. So we, as we build the RFP, those will be things that they are definitely in the list. As far as annual costing, like there's the implementation cost, which we've estimated, but there will potentially be the annual costing, which is licensing, support, which is still to be determined. But once we have the RFP, and we've reviewed the proponents, staff will bring back a report to council for all the specs on it, as well as a costing plan and a funding plan. So hopefully at this point right now, we're just requesting council's approval to proceed with the RFP collaboratively with Minden Hills and the county. And then once we have a selected proponent, we bring everything back to council.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
So the timeline for the shared project has been brought forward. Are we okay with that as a township? And, I foresee, I don't know if this is true or not, but would there be any overlap? Would we be paying for two services at the same time if we have a contract with the existing service and we've brought forward a contract for the new service? Are there any risks such as that for us?
Go ahead.
If I may, through you, Mayor. There will be inevitably, we'll have two softwares at some point. And that's just because of how the modules will be implemented. There is a timeline. There is still a timeline that we have to develop through the partnering, like through the participating partners on the implementation schedule. So, for example, the county doesn't have taxation. So Minden Hills and we'll have to work, that's our biggest module to implement. So we'll work out the timeline through the participating partners, and hopefully we can confirm that going into the project that it makes sense. We have to do it at this point for this reason, for this business need. And so we're hoping to align that as part of the RFP development to make sure the minimum impacts to the, essentially ensuring business continuity. But we will have that as part of the RFP. Typically the included in the RFP is a project timeline. And so we'll be able to comment on that and how in the report on how that would impact the business needs.
Councilor Berry.
It's basically an accounts payable software. The part that bothers me is the automation of it, and it's like, to me, it's a huge amount of salary we could be paying someone opposed to having everything automated. That's just me, but
Go ahead.
If I may, if it can clarify, the AP automation was actually a report that Lauren and I brought forward in December of last year. And that was because at the time, we had a bigger window that is an efficiency we would gain of automating AP. But since we were given the news that Diamond was no longer going to be supported, and in collaboration with the countywide digital strategy, when we ironed out the timeline of when that would be replaced, it didn't make sense for us to spend the to purchase the AP automation software for us then in a year get into a new ERP system. And the ERP system is more than just accounts payable. It includes property taxes, accounts receivable, payroll. It's our main functioning software. So we purchased that software, and the one we have now, we purchased it in 2018, I believe, 19. And that functions the whole finance system, does the budget, general ledger, all cash receipting. It's more than just accounts payable. But what Jeannie was speaking to is that the accounts payable that we had brought forward in December to purchase, we're going to place that on hold, take those funds and allocate them towards this project.
Any other questions? Could I have then a mover and a seconder to move forward with the RFP? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councilor Berry. I'm sorry, did you have your hand up?
By Deputy Mayor Bayou, second by Council Barry, be it resolved, the council received report 21-25 regarding the replacement of Township financial software, and the council supports proceeding with the investment proposal from the ERP solution in collaboration with participating partners, and that was sponsored in staff directed to determine the fully detailed costing plan for council's review and direction.
All in favor? It's carried. Funny, the report on attendance at the MCTO.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I'm here today to present my report for information on my recent attendance at the AMCTO conference that was held in June in the city of Windsor. So the AMCTO conference focuses on many different topics in the municipal space with a focus on clerks and treasurers. So with that, I was able to attend majority of the finance sessions. So, I was able to attend workshops that talked about property taxation, asset management, future trends in the finance department as a whole, different investment opportunities for small and medium-sized municipalities like our own. And I was able to learn so much from those workshops, but also from the various networking opportunities that, the conference provided me. So not only talking with other municipal staff in the finance department, but also talking with vendors that offer finance solutions. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank council for their support and, allowing staff to attend these types of things, because the takeaways from these types of conferences are truly invaluable. So I just wanted to, pass along my sincere thanks for that. And with that, I have any questions from council, welcome to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm glad you found it a rewarding experience, and it can only work well for all of us.
Yes, thank you.
Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councilors Barry and Richards.
By Council Barry, second by Council Richards, be it resolved, the council receives Deputy Mayor report 22-25 in accordance with the township's conference policy regarding staff attendance at the 2025 Games Field Conference Management.
All in favor? It's carried. Somehow I've got these pages out of order. Period. Oh, I see. Titles down here. No, it's okay. I got it. First up under administration is the discussion on process for election of deputy mayor. And I know this is a slightly controversial subject. It's something that I continue to bring up. I think I've been doing it for 15 years now. It just to me is important that this is something that we consider, given the fact that the deputy mayor represents the entire municipality on council and also represents the entire municipality on county council. And no, we've done a better job in bringing information from county council back to this level, but to me, it is important, and I believe that this is something that should be someone who should be elected at large. But there are an awful lot of implications, and I've got to thank Dawn for the report because it's very detailed, and there's a lot of information there that has an impact on our thinking, when we go forward. And, in speaking to, some of you about this, I know it is challenging because you can't help but think about how that impacts each of us individually as individuals. But, we need to look at it from the long-term perspective and, how we're representing our taxpayers. So, it would be, although I know that we'll hear all kinds of comments, it would be my recommendation at the very least that we do a survey and see what the public thinks about this. And, that would help us, I think, in whether or not we want to move forward at all. So anyway, just look forward to hearing comments. just gave you a promotion. Counselor Shortreed.
It's okay. I agree 100% that the public should have the a big say in how we go about this or which direction we go.
If council is in agreement with the survey, I would like to be some very careful thought put into the questions that are asked. And I would like it to come back to council before it actually goes out. So it's, sort of meets our intentions. Other comments? Councillor Barry.
I personally, have, I don't see the need for it in the size of the municipality that we have here. It's come to council, I think, every term that we consider doing this, and each time it has not been supported. I feel that currently the way that it is set up, our deputy position is an elected official. They're not elected as that title, but the council as a whole has nominated them. And just doing preliminary research that this is still a process that's done in many municipalities and in a lot of federal jurisdictions where there's an appointment through like a lower tier. I also am not in support of adding another person to the municipality. I feel that we don't have the tax base to support that.
I definitely agree with that.
And I don't support reducing Stanhope Ward. So I don't see how you could do that without taking someone out of that space. I mean, Dawn has explained some ways of doing it, but I think overall without doing what is it called? A review of the wards, that type of thing, which I think is just going to confuse people and create animosity. I personally am in support of keeping it as the way it is.
I agree wholeheartedly that it would not be my intention for us to add a member. Given the way things are going, it's just an additional cost, and adding one member is not a good thing to do, because then you've got equal number of votes, more opportunity for tied votes. And I don't think that we need to bear that kind of cost. I also agree that a boundary review is just going to create all kinds of chaos. And Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think I agree with both of you. In that there just is no viable solution other than a ward boundary change, and I don't think that that's going to be supported well in all of the township. So what it comes down to is, why put out a survey for something that we can't effectively accomplish?
We don't know that. I
I
do
think-
think that we need to put out a survey to find out. We're making a decision on behalf of our constituents, and they should have a say about this.
I think that a survey would tell us exactly what we know, that our township would like to have a say in the vote of the deputy mayor. And they would like the deputy mayor to be elected at large. But I don't think that the township would agree that another seat should be added to council. I don't think Stanhope would agree that they should be reduced by one, because the majority of the population is represented in Stanhope. And I don't think that Dorset or Oxtongue will want their boundaries changed. So I don't see what a survey would give us that we don't already know. But I'm not opposed to putting it
But
out
that's
there.
making an assumption, and all I'm saying is that at the very minimum, and we may end up in exactly the same place that we always do, but we've never asked the public, what do you think about this? And when we do a survey, make sure that people know, if you vote A, this is what you're faced with. These are the implications, and so that people really know and think about it. I don't think a lot of people really think about it at all. I'm not suggesting that we make a decision to make a change. I'm just suggesting that a survey might be a very helpful thing to do, and it shouldn't go out until we see what it is. I think I saw Councillor Barry's hand first, and then we'll go back to you.
That's okay. I'd rather.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to putting out a survey, but I have to agree fully with Councillor Richards. I think that if we put out a survey, people will always want the most of what they can get. That's a very natural thing. And if they have an opportunity to have a greater say in the selection of the deputy mayor, they'll say, why not? So then we are faced with the possibility of asking for their opinion, getting maybe a majority saying we want it this way, and potentially saying, well, we can't do that, sorry, but thanks very much for coming in and giving us your opinion. So if we're okay with that risk, then I don't mind the survey, but I think that is a considerable risk. The piece that I very much like, actually, no, before I get onto that, I agree with the comments of Councillor Berry, so I won't repeat them. I think everything you said lines up entirely with my thinking coming in as well. The piece that hasn't been said yet, but that I very much like is if we scroll down to the very end and we look at the nomination procedures, in that instance in which we agree not to change boundaries or election at large for deputy mayor, I very much like that in this draft, a candidate may be nominated by him or herself or by any other councillor. Nominations do not require a seconder. I think that is good, even if it were you can nominate yourself, but you must have a seconder. I think that's also good and possibly that little bit stronger. But the concept of each person requiring two nominators does not work for our numbers. And I think this is the better system to ensure that there is a democratic debate every time there's more than one person who wishes to run for deputy mayor.
Having someone nominate themselves without the need for a seconder is a hill that I will definitely climb. I believe that that is completely wrong and self-serving. I think that there is a mechanism where you could nominate yourself and there is a seconder. I also, and Don, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I view nominations to be somewhat similar to resolutions, that you nominate and second something to put the thing on the floor to be able to have a discussion. It doesn't mean that you necessarily agree that that's what you want. It's just opening the discussion up. But to be able to nominate yourself without a seconder, I can't agree with that personally. I mean, that's just me personally, but it's just not something that I think is a democratic and fair way of going about things. Councillor Richards, and then back to Councillor Berry.
I think that the reality is that all of us are elected, and by that election, choosing and electing internally the deputy mayor is still, by extension, an election at large. So I don't have a problem continuing that way. As far as the nomination procedures go, I think we're fine with what we have. I don't really have a problem with somebody nominating themselves and not being seconded. Reality is, if they're not seconded, they're probably not going to be elected, but at least they have an opportunity to say what they'd like to say.
Without a seconder.
To
me, that's not democratic. Anyway.
But it would be ultimately, because they'd say what they would like to say, and without a seconder, it's unlikely they'd actually, win the nomination anyway.
Councillor Berry.
I don't know if there's weight to this or if it's out in left field, but I do think that over the last 4 or 5 terms, maybe longer, the age median that is putting their name forward seems to be of an older demographic. And
as bad as county councils. Sorry.
Well, this is the discussion. And I feel that by putting someone in a deputy position for running for council, I think it makes it, again, a little bit further where people are maybe not going to feel to put their name in. I don't know. I just feel that keeping it open to being an elected official and then deciding that you want to put with the people you're sitting with at the table and the table that wants to support you. I don't think it's a fast one. I think that people are electing someone to sit in the seat, and then this group is choosing who sits at the county with nominations and support. That's just my personal
I
opinion.
definitely, I mean, knew that there would be, varying and opposing opinions here. I guess what I would really like to see is whether there is consideration for a survey and a proposed survey coming back to council to see what it says, at least to look at it that far. To me, that's at least giving some consideration to the public. It could be viewed by the public, this discussion could be reviewed or viewed by the public as being somewhat self-serving. And I really want to stay away from that. And, we have committed to, being a little bit more open and transparent and involving the public in our decision-making and doing more surveys, as part of our strategic planning discussion. And I guess that's why at the very least, I would like to see us do a survey and see what we say, assuming that the survey or the information that we put out there lets people know, if you do this, there's this and this that must be considered, or here's what the consequences may be. There's been an argument then, if we removed a member, if we elected the deputy at large, and that created us or caused us to remove a member from Stanhope, that there would be less representation in Stanhope. And I don't agree that that's the case. You still have got 5 members on council. We're all responsible for the entire municipality. The deputy mayor is like a councillor at large, which some of the other municipalities have, that's responsible for the entire municipality. I don't see that there would be less representation. Particularly, it could be argued that, that the person representing Ward 2, Stanhope, is from Stanhope and has more knowledge. But that's not the case. Anyone in the municipality can run in any ward, whether they're knowledgeable with it or not. I guess really all I'm asking is for an opinion on survey. Yes or no? Draft it would come back to council. Here's me, Lisa Berry. Yes or no? Councillor Richards.
I'd really hate to see staff spend more time on this. I just don't see it. And I would take issue with anybody saying that this is self-serving in any way. It's what I truly believe that our township is not interested in the options available. However, they absolutely are interested in electing the deputy mayor at large. We just can't provide a viable means to do so.
I only meant to suggest that the public may see it as being self-serving. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, given the atmosphere, not just in our community, but in many communities, that might come back. But anyway, survey, yes or no? Yes or no? It's that simple. I think I've heard it no.
I don't really support the survey because I think that it comes back, everybody wants to vote in the deputy mayor. Well, then that triggers the boundaries. It triggers this, it triggers that. And I don't think the public wants that repercussion.
That's another no. Madam Clerk.
If I may, regarding the survey, that's the way council wants to go, and understanding that if the survey is put out, it would have to be brought into the language and how it's presented. But if it goes out for the election of the deputy mayor, it would also highlight the fact that Ward 2
Is impacted.
would be reduced. So they would have to go together. So it wouldn't necessarily be, you would get the feedback to vote. What that would be, I don't know, because somebody that doesn't live in Ward 2 may want the deputy mayor, and it won't impact them with representation. That's one thing that is looked at, fair and equitable representation. If the survey goes out, I would recommend that it not include but strictly for the election of the deputy mayor and the election, because the council won't be able to conduct a boundary for the time the next election, and you wouldn't conduct it. So the only option would be the survey for the election of the deputy mayor with the implication that it's going to reduce the two.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that people think that they wouldn't be represented. You know, I know that. I mean, I was elected as a Ward 2 councillor. And I know that almost consistently over the time that I've been on council, I've been, I mean, concerned about the entire municipality, particularly because I've been the deputy mayor, but as a ward councillor, I look at the entire municipality. I know time and time and time again that I have had concerns about Oxtongue. I raised Oxtongue, seeing them as being a small, sometimes felt to be forgotten. You know, and that's what I think we should all be doing, is looking at the entire municipality, not just looking at our own ward. But anyway, like, point well taken about, you know, the survey and how it's dealt with. That's why I say needs to be very carefully done. The consequences of what, you know, might or might have need to be clearly laid out. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
100%. The one consequence that I suspect can't be integrated into the survey because it's so speculative, is the possibility, the very strong possibility that there will be fewer people, to Lisa Barry's point, who are interested in running for deputy mayor if they believe they have to run across the entire township. They simply will not be interested in putting in that effort. And considering the pool is relatively small already in Algonquin Highlands, this is not
Getting smaller the way democracy is being handled.
That's right. And it would get smaller still, but that's not a consequence that I think we could fairly extract from a survey. So we wouldn't have that equitable balance of findings. I mean, we could put in a hypothetical, would this change your decision to run for deputy? But most people would say no anyway. So I think we'd struggle to use that as helpful information to weigh up against the other consequences.
So on the question of a survey, yes or no?
Was your hand up?
No, I'm asking you.
I'm really on the fence. I think there are considerable drawbacks, and I also see the value of asking people their valid opinion. I'm really on the fence on this one. I will say yes to the survey so that we have continued conversation. We have one more person to hear from.
It's only one yes so far. Yes or no to the survey?
Can I say something else first?
Sure.
Well, it's just the disproportionate amount of people answering a survey to the actual people who are voting, right? Like, you're gonna have 80% answer a survey and 20% of the population is voting.
But we can't control
I
it. At least
understand,
we've
but
asked.
to me, it's skewing the actual answer by so many people answering a survey that are never gonna vote.
People have the opportunity to respond to a survey. They have the opportunity to vote, and whether they choose to do that or not, I mean, they've got nobody but themselves to blame if they do or they don't.
Right.
You know, it's
just
like,
think
how
people
many
forget that
people do you know don't vote, but they've got all kinds of things to say about how things go?
My point exactly.
So was that a yes or a no?
Sure. Yes. I'll say yes.
You've already said no to the survey.
But I just want to say that, you know, the other issue with a survey is proportional representation contained within that survey on a matter like this that is very significant. And I just don't see that that is yes, we can put it out there to get a feeling from people, but I don't see that it's going to be different than what we already think and know. And we're going to put an expectation out there that we're not going to be able to probably fulfill. And I think that we are all here to represent the entire township. That is absolutely true. And I believe that of everyone in this room. But to reduce Stanhope, where that's where the majority of the population is, it's undemocratic representation. It's just not right.
We're still on the yes or no to the survey. How's this for a first meeting for you to sit in on? Go ahead.
Just a question in regards to if we did have to go forward with a boundary review, is that something that would be done internally, or would that involve an RFP and a consultant and?
Bingo, yes.
You know, like, what is the cost of
I'm,
this?
I'm not in favor of boundary review at all. Because to me, if we want chaos, which we already have some days,
Mhm.
that's asking for chaos, is a boundary review. I really believe that. And if you think that there's going to be problems from Stanhope about the idea of losing a member,
Mhm.
changing their boundaries,
Mhm. So, yeah.
and and how does that impact like Ox Tongue
Like, I feel
and
like we're-
Dorset?
I feel like we're putting out a survey that says, who would like a puppy? And everyone's gonna say, I want a puppy.
Mm.
And then we're gonna say, sorry, no puppies.
Changing your vote?
I'm changing my vote. I'm gonna vote no.
There you go. Okay. Uh, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report?
May I? On the question of nominations and movers and seconders and self-nominations, is that something that you would wish to resolve now or at a later date?
I think that we had some clarity that on that. Go ahead.
Well, for clarification for the motion, so it's council going to option five status quo? And if so, I can bring back some final, another finalized draft of the nomination procedures, with the current structure.
We can look at that.
Council can look at them and approve them, and then we can officially adopt them either at the meeting they come back or at another. Meeting.
How does that sound? Mover and a seconder? Mayor Dayu, seconder, Councilor Berry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Council Berry, be it resolved, council receives the report CO 725. Process for election of deputy mayor position and nomination procedures for deputy mayor for information. And that council selects option fives to be status quo and direct staff to finalize deputy mayor nomination procedures and to bring back to council for review.
All in favor? That's carried. I'm just trying to figure out if we're going to have enough time to meet at 3 o'clock deadline. Would we be able to take a quick break? Can somebody let Kaylee know that the meeting will not be able to go forward? And that we'll do a survey or a doodle poll on alternate dates for our meeting at the earliest possible date. So could we break just like for 5 minutes? Do that? On the order of things, I wonder if we could deal with your welcome back to the open session. Next on the agenda is the planting plan direction for the green burial section. Stevens. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. So this report I'm bringing forward today, in November of 2024, Council reviewed a presentation by the Master Gardeners that we worked in conjunction with at the Green Burial Ad Hoc Committee. And at the time, Council supported, in principle, the planting plan along what was presented as an L, and Council approved the back along of the Master Gardeners presentation. So one of the things that has had some considerable time of thinking is the amount of requests that we have for cremations. And there was one of the, there was actually a podcast that was released by the Ontario Association of Cemetery and Funeral Professionals, in which we're a membership of. They host a podcast, and they actually had Mark Richardson, which is well known in the cemetery profession, along with a business owner, Amanda Kelly, and she's the owner of a company called Awake. And so essentially, to summarize the podcast, it was about sustainability within cemeteries, and sustainability for the long run, because there are only limited spaces for cemetery lands. And while not required to have for municipal, it's using the land that we have to the max capacity that we can based on the requests that we get. There's a very strong request for cremations. And so the podcast had me inspired to look into the Awake company. And so cremations, as we know, are not the most environmental friendly, but what the company has actually looked at doing is creating a soil science. While the cremated remains are sterile, they are very high pH levels, high sodium and micronutrients. So the soil that the company Awake has created has actually figured out a way to neutralize those requirements, the pH level, the sodium, to make it more environmental friendly. And so there are a few other townships that have implemented the Awake soil within their operations and have successfully created more economical, environmental friendly scattering gardens and cremation plots. So this, and also to add that one of the Green Burial 5 principles is optimized land use. And I think that this council has done we did an amazing job at optimizing the land at St. Stephen's when we removed the driveways, or we removed the pathways, and actually created one just full area of just plots. And we've adapted our operations to kind of fit as many plots in as we can. So it kind of got us thinking about, is there a way that we could kind of roll the planting plan in with optimized land use of cremation plots and potentially look at scattering gardens? So I have met with Amanda, and in my report, there's additional information about what they have done. And they have successfully rolled out municipal scattering gardens with the soil science. And I'll talk to it in one of my other reports, but on the way home from the AMCTO conference, I did stop in at the city of Hamilton, to which they also have an Awake, which is the soil science scattering garden. So this is something that that staff have put together for discussion for council. If there's any interest from council, or should council support it, to consider working with Awake and the Master Gardeners to see if there's a way that we could develop a cremation plan that rolls in the planting plan, and work together as like a 3-way partnership with Awake and Master Gardeners. And then also to look at the scattering garden. So Awake has a municipal cemetery adoption program. And so to see if that's something that we could fit into St. Stephen's with the Green Burial principles in mind. So turn it over. If there's any questions, happy to answer.
Two things before I go to questions or comments. One thing that I would like to make clear, and I think that is something that has been agreed upon by most parties, is that the green burial area of St. Stephen's does not include the top L-shaped piece. That we understood that we needed to reserve some space at St. Stephen's, and that's the only space left. Should we decide to put a columbarium or something else? I mean, we do need to optimize space. We're running out of space, but that is not specific to green burial and just planting that area. I think we need to reserve that area, that the green burial site would be, you know, from the fence, the gazebo, down to the bottom of the section. And the other comment that I wanted to make was that I do like the options that you know, the scattering gardens, the you know, several options that Awake have got to offer us, I think are really good opportunities. We need, I mean, there's lots of different philosophies about, you know, burials, and I think we need to be open to offering as many opportunities and at different levels of cost as we can. But I would like council to consider that we not mix something like the scattering gardens or either one of the Awake projects in with what is considered to be the green burial site, because it is so much contrary to their philosophy. And I was glad to hear you say, look, we've got opportunities at St. Peter's or, you know, the other cemeteries where we could offer the same opportunities for scattering gardens or, you know, of any sort, or different planting opportunities, that we would basically go ahead with the planting that, you know, with the master gardeners at St. Stephen's in the areas that we've agreed upon. But you know, I'm really concerned about mixing the philosophies, and you know, they've been so strong, you know, in their thoughts about cremation, that you know, I would prefer, if we're going to move forward with those options, that we do it in other locations. Anyway, having said that, would look to comments or questions, thoughts. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Absolutely, verbatim. I think it's a wonderful idea, but to keep it simple and also to provide opportunities in lots of spaces in our township, I would not vote for putting a scattering garden into the planting plan at the green burial section. I think we should keep that pure green burial.
Councillor Shortreed.
Does a scattering garden limit the amount of scatterings, or can it be forever?
Through you, Mayor. So the one that I got to see at City of Hamilton would be about the size that would fit the space. So when you come into St. Stephen's, immediate to the left, which is the space that Mayor Danielson, you were talking, that was not included when we received the master gardener plan. So very similar in size, I would think. And City of Hamilton can accommodate up to 600 scatterings. So I think we'd be pretty equivalent, give or take. So.
Councillor Berry.
I completely support the project. I think just the cost of any of the other options are pretty terrifying. So, but I agree that I don't want it to interfere with the green burial plot area. I know I saw in one of, you've been very busy with many reports here. I know I did see somewhere where we were supposed to give a choice between the locations, and I don't know which document that is now in. There was.
Yes, through you, Mayor, that is in a report, more of a long-term plan and how we could potentially fund. So we could talk about that at that report. So, and if I can just clarify, so what I'm hearing from council is that support in principle the scattering garden at St. Stephen's, but not a planting, not to incorporate to fold master gardeners, like not to fold the planting plan in with Awake. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm not hearing support for scattering gardens at St. Stephen's. period. Because it does go against the philosophy of the green burial. And, you know, that the two in such proximity, like I can see there being acceptance for a columbarium because you're not actually putting the ashes in the ground. But to have a scattering garden there, like I'd rather us consider, and as you said, this is something that can come forward in the future. If we accept or think that the scattering gardens or other options are a good idea, given the, you know, the limitations of land that we've got, that can come back to us and looking at other locations like St. Peter's, or I'm not sure how much room we've got at Maple Lake. Angie?
I just have a question, maybe of Sarah, is a scattering garden could be in St. Stephen's, just not in the green burial section. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, so we could put it in the other part of the cemetery.
Go ahead.
If I may, so when you come in, so if you, sorry, I'm a bit visual when I talk. So if you go into St. Stephen's and you turn to the left, that will be the roadway that we're going to install. Immediately on the right will be our already established, and there are cremation, full burials right there. To the left of the road is the green burial.
No.
One of the spaces that I could recommend, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I like you lost me in your visual. Like I mean, like if you go in through the gate and you turn left.
Yep. That's where we're gonna install the road.
Yeah.
That's gonna kind of go this
So there's a
way.
little bit of the regular cemetery there, and then you get into the green burial site.
Yeah.
And the area on the left.
Correct. That was
Is the open space. See, that's what I'm saying. To me, that's too close to the what we've worked so hard on green burial. I don't know. Go ahead.
Isn't that where, though, we had discussed that potentially we would put a columbarium? Because I see no.
But that's different. I mean, the columbarium, you're not putting the ashes in the ground. They're in a niche, in a structure. They're not in the ground. And that's too fine a definite differentiation for me. I just think that, you know, we just need to be cautious that we're not, after all the work that the ad hoc committee has done and all the discussion there has been about cremation and, you know, and the challenges associated with cremation, that we just don't put it at St. Stephen's. Because now people think St. Stephen's, green burial. Councillor Richards.
But at St. Stephen's, we still have a normal burial. So it's the entire cemetery is not green burial. You can choose to go the traditional route, or you can go the green burial route. I see this as, you know, providing actually a probably what would be a more cost-effective option for people, in that you don't have to purchase a niche in a columbarium. You don't have to purchase a plot to bury your urn. This would be something that I think would be very affordable for people. And, you know, it may not be that they are green burial minded. They want to be cremated. They can't afford to be. And so rather than being sent into the forest, we're controlling that impact to our environment by having this awake soil and being more environmentally friendly, and providing a space that they can be memorialized without that impact of being in a columbarium. So I think it's a very good concept. And I think it shows modernization of the use of our cemetery, to include that as part of the garden. I think it's a great idea.
I agree with you completely. I just still have an issue with it not taking place at St. Stephen's, simply because all of this time, the Green Burial Society have assumed that that area that we're talking about is part of their green burial site. And I just don't, I think I agree with everything you said about affordability, about options, about the space limitations that we've got, but we have other options where we can put a scattering gardens or any one of the awake opportunities can go in other locations. They don't have to be at St. Stephen's. I just don't want to get into, any more controversy than we need to with respect to this, but go ahead.
From the report, I take it that the awake soil is the method for reducing one kind of environmental impact. So if the cremains are mixed with the awake soil and then put in the earth, that is more environmentally friendly than a columbarium, for example. That would be my inkling. Having said that, well, that's my takeaway.
How would it be more environmentally, like if in a columbarium, you're not putting the ashes in the ground?
Yeah. But
Either way, you're cremating them.
you are, but the ashes are not removed from the ecosystem. They are integrated into the ecosystem. They are not included in a permanent edifice. They are recycled into the ground, but in such a way as within this awake soil, the science of which I couldn't tell you, but I believe, that the cremains are more environmentally friendly than they were before they were integrated into the soil. Having said that, I agree with the mayor. If there is a space in one of the other cemeteries where we could pilot this, I would much prefer to have our first go at it in one of those other cemeteries, keep it nice and simple and clean. We get our first round of experience with it. Maybe at another date, we bring it to St. Stephen's. But for now, if we can just simplify by putting it somewhere else, then it also offers more options and more goodness in other parts of our township, and not centralizing all of the evolution of cemetery science within St. Stephen's.
Well, and I think we can move forward with both the scattering gardens or the options that Awake has given us, because seems to me there's two different ways of approaching that. But we can do that and a columbarium. It just, it's where we do it, but we have the opportunities to do both, which is, to me, is great. Go ahead. So, I know one more thing.
Yeah.
I do, and I think we talked about this once before, that we kind of came to some tentative agreement that we would like to do a little bit of planting this fall around the gazebo, just to kind of get it started, even if it meant that we had to buy the plants. The master gardeners are prepared to do the planting, and it'd be nice to get a start on that. Particularly if we're going to have an opening ceremony, that that it'll all be kind of tied together. There'd be some planting done. Sarah's, I know I'm switching from report to report, but that there'd be a tree planting and that the memorial stone would be there, which kind of all brings it together. Anyway, sorry too, I've kind of interrupted you.
No, that's.
Councillor Richards.
What would it take to look at doing this at a different cemetery? Like, is that a whole other?
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
What would it take to look at doing it at a different cemetery? Is that a whole other, like, we've got to open that with the BAO to redesign somewhere else? Like, so we could be years away from doing that versus St. Stephen's.
You could have to open it up with the BAO no matter where we go.
Through you, Mayor, I can, regardless on how to implement scattering gardens, we don't have provisions in our bylaw right now. So we would have to do a bylaw review, which that is something Awake can support with. And I think would be a lot faster timeline than when we were the last bylaw review. I don't think that, to answer your question, Councillor Richards, to shift and go to St. Peter's, I don't think is an issue at all. I have a general idea of where one would look. I've been out there with a few maintenance staff. I think that's a suitable option, and we can look at St. Stephen's down the road. Had my hand up initially to ask the clerk if we could change the recommendation, and then I guess my question to council is, if the support from council is to go to St. Peter's, would you like to still have the master gardeners involved? My initial of that partnership was to form the planting plan in with Awake to see if there's a solution we could come up with. But if that's not how the council wishes to proceed right now, that's absolutely fine. Awake can present us with suitable plans for St. Peter's if that's the way council wishes to go. So it just, I guess I'm posing that question to council that, okay, so we'll shelf St. Stephen's, we're looking at St. Peter's. Would you like the partnership with Master Gardeners and Awake?
If Master Gardeners are in approval of that, there is the issue of sole sourcing, but I don't, in this case, this is such a unique thing that I don't know that sole sourcing is an issue. But if the Master Gardeners are interested in being involved in that at St. Peter's, we would still want to continue with the planting program
Of course.
at St. Stephen's, just not in that
Yeah.
L-shaped section until we know, what else we might want to or need to do there. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
One of the big aha moments when the Master Gardeners came and presented to us last time was the idea that what would be a natural option for the city of Hamilton, being a wildflower garden, for example, would have its equivalent in Algonquin Highlands as a forest. Our natural habitat it's trees. That's what we've got. So without wishing to throw a spanner in it, I wonder if in the conversation with Awake, wherever it might be, if we thought about a reforestation, perhaps even in addition to or rather than a scattering garden, where the cremains that are mixed in with the Awake soil are supporting the regrowth of a treed area. And the reason why I say that here now is when we talk about getting the Master Gardeners involved, yes, we're talking about their time and sole sourcing, but we're also talking about a whole new project of maintenance.
I didn't mean sole sourcing with the Master Gardeners. I meant sole sourcing with Awake.
Oh, okay. But regardless, if we're talking about a garden in another cemetery, we're talking about a whole new project which will have maintenance and its own costs and its own, it's a whole new thing where a reforestation plan, I don't know if you could even do that inside a cemetery, but it could be more in keeping with our habitat here in Algonquin Highlands as an idea.
As opposed to a wildflower. Yeah, I think that the Master Gardener's presentation was an aha moment for all of us because we'd always thought in terms of a wild field of wildflowers. And to see the plan, like at first I thought, oh my God, that's not what we were thinking about, but oh my God, isn't it like, that's wonderful. That was my reaction to it. Angie.
I would caution council just on a forest per se, because I can certainly see specific types of trees that don't grow really tall. But, and Sarah can attest, there were just some removal of some trees by hydro because of the hydro lines there. And we also have to think about the impact if trees fall into the cemetery. So, but there's options for smaller trees for sure to be incorporated into a perennial garden of some sort.
There's a different, I mean, there's still bushes and smaller trees as opposed to wildflowers.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I think the point for me is let's start where the Master Gardeners left off, rather than going back to this idea of a maintained garden that might be coming from Awake because that's what their normal clientele is expecting. Let's start with what we receive from the Master Gardeners and evolve from there.
What's the resolution on this report say?
Well, the original motion was the council received the report for the planting plan at the Greenberry section for information, and council direct staff to proceed to develop a proposal with Awake and Albertan County Master Gardeners for future consideration. Was the original.
It's not quite where the conversation has led us. I mean, we've definitely received the report. And, welcome further discussions with Awake in options of locations. Go ahead, Sarah.
If council would like to just receive it for information, I'd be happy to bring back another report of different location, highlighting some more details, given the conversation.
Okay.
I recommend putting in that resolution, also reaching out to the master gardeners to establish their level of interest, or is that not?
I think we can leave that as inside, just like that, check it, we need to see if there's something, absolutely. And instead of this fall, and we go. But just receiving, information for point.
I'll be happy to bring up the information.
By controversial, second by Deputy Mayor Ayub, be resolved controversies with emergency 425 regarding the planting plan for the green burial section for information.
Yes, thank you, Council. So this is just my staff report to extend my appreciation and sincere thanks. I did attend the ANCTO conference this year in Windsor with our deputy treasurer. And we of course sat in opposite settings, which is always the best to capture the most trends, but I sat in a lot of the administrative and clerk sessions. And so there were some strong themes of this year, and strong mayors was one of them, along with the elections coming up. And then I always enjoy when Rick O'Connor speaks. So I did a few sessions, 2 sessions with Rick as well. So really great opportunities. I also were able to meet up with some colleagues that are of course all across Ontario, but we're in the same working groups, or so those are always good network sessions to set back up. And so I just wanted to say thank you for supporting my professional development. I sincerely appreciate it. And as noted in my previous report, on the way home, we did get to stop at the City of Hamilton. So that was a very good visit. Spoke with the public works staff at their cemetery, got a really good idea of their operations and their cemetery and their natural green. They go by natural burial section. So it was a very good, worthwhile trip. So I sincerely appreciate it.
I wonder how long that's been off. That you took every opportunity you could to gain as much information. Just a question on your, you mentioned strong mayor's powers. Did you get any indication that that might be like, this is a phased thing and it might be coming further?
For you, Mayor, nothing official, but it did seem to have some rumbling, like some vibe of some of the sessions I sat in, that that may not be the only release that happened in May. But of course, that will be unveiled by the province should that change.
Thank you. Mover and a seconder to receive the report. Councillor Barry, Councillor Short-Reed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Short-Reed, be it resolved, Council received Deputy Clerk Report DC 1425 in accordance with the Township's conference policy regarding staff attendance 2025 ACTO conference regarding leadership.
All in favor? That's carried. Back to St. Stephen's and an opening ceremony.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, yes. So the last council meeting, we'd had a discussion on how we would like to move forward with an opening ceremony at St. Stephen's to kind of unleash the unveiling of that our green burial section is now open. And I was tasked with to see what other municipalities have done, or what has happened in the industry when they've opened a section, or So I did reach out to a few that have natural green burial sections. A lot of them were bigger cemeteries, and they hosted open houses. And during that open house was more like an educational opportunity. However, they also have dedicated buildings, spaces to welcome the public to kind of do those type of educational things. So putting thinking caps on and mentioning before, there is the planting of the tree, and maybe the opening could also, if we were to align, right, we could have the memorial stone in place to plant a tree. I also did see the idea of other places have done a butterfly release, or a seed campaign that has funded operations. So certainly just putting it out to council, what they'd like to see. And I do know that I have put some approximate, I did put some approximate costing in here for Memorial Stone, just so council was aware. Nothing, I did receive I had put out a few, put out requests for information, like quotes from a few monument companies, just to kind of get a general idea of the amount. But if today we wanted to if we could kind of talk about the discussion of like what council would like to see on the memorial stone for the opening, if they're supportive of that idea, that would give me the direction that I could go get us some concrete information on the stone, and we can proceed that way. So looking to have a discussion with council and on direction on that.
I'm looking forward to the discussion as well. I'm concerned, very concerned about timing. Specific to an opening ceremony, and to me, if we were going to have some kind of an opening ceremony, I love the idea of tree planting as part of the ceremony. I also believe that it's very important that the memorial stone be in place when we do that. I'm very cognizant of the fact that there is somebody interned there. Even more cognizant of the fact that it's one of the green burial members. That we have the memorial stone in place when we have the opening ceremony. And I realize from what you've said that there are some time constraints. If we have to wait until August to make a decision on the memorial stone, then there's a couple of months that you suggested it might take for its supply. It's like August, September, October, we're getting into late part of the year. I mean, October might be okay, but any later than that, and we're in trouble. And I really think it's important that we have this in place this year. So anyway, I mean, having said that, I would look for thoughts about, what I had hoped we'd be able to see. I mean, you've all seen some pictures of memorial stones, but I'd hoped maybe that, I know that some of us it helps to have visuals, just get an idea about what we're thinking about. Anyway, thoughts from council on how we might proceed with this in a timely and appropriate way. Councillor Berry.
I support the funding up to $10,000 to support the purchase. And I support having a tree being planted and ideally having this completed, like the grand opening completed. I would say like maybe before the end of September, like in the next 3 months kind of thing would be my intent if possible.
Other thoughts? I don't think anybody would disagree with that. It's assuming that that's a possibility. Deputy Mayor Dayo.
I like the wording in the report of more of a community event, not necessarily a ribbon cutting, but, let's get together, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the importance of, of evolving in our cemeteries and doing the environmentally appropriate thing when that's appropriate for those families, and having a tree planting. I like that more interactive, almost informal way of going ahead. And I very much support what was written. I think it would be great if we could get the memorial stone in place first.
That needs to be, I can't see us having an opening ceremony until that memorial stone is in place. It just, to me, would be just wrong.
And if I may, if the master gardeners do agree to a fall planting, it would be a shame to have the community event the week before the fall
Mhm.
planting. You know, I think there are some pretty obvious
Pieces that need to
pieces,
fit
yeah,
together.
that don't require direction from council necessarily, but that's the general.
I would ask, you know, what your envision of is like of a community event. Because I mean, when I think community event, I think Snowball, I think Canada Day, I think, you know, bigger events, and I thought of something might smaller, a little smaller, a little more intimate, than what the standard community event would be, but, you know, I'm open to thoughts. Councillor Richards.
I like the idea of interactive, butterfly release or the.
Do you
sea
release
anemone.
butterflies in the fall though? That
So I like that, but maybe it is something we wait until, next year to do, because we need time to get this memorial stone in place, because I agree that is very important to get done as soon as
Doves?
possible.
Could we release
And before
doves?
the opening of the green burial, but I mean, it can still be a respectful, interactive event that isn't, you know,
Huge.
huge.
I'm concerned about waiting until next year. You know, the memorial stone needs to be in place. I'm just concerned, I mean, if there was no one interned there, I wouldn't be so concerned about it. But the fact that there is, and that the work has been, so much of the work has been done by that person, really struggle with it.
But I'm not suggesting that we wait for the memorial stone until next year, but just for the opening of a community, opening of the cemetery. Getting that memorial stone in as soon as possible.
I guess we'll have to see, you know, what your levels of success and timing are, you know, with respect to that. I was a little bit surprised to hear it might take a couple of months to get the stone. And we do need to make a decision, I think, according to what Sarah was saying, do we want one stone or do we want two stones? I think that was something that Terry brought up during the last meeting, that it doesn't have to be just one stone, it could be two stones. But what's the more practical thing? And there's a space that, you know, we kind of envision for a single larger stone where, okay, where do you put the second stone? So that's got to be part of our conversation too. I see your hand was up.
It's my understanding that now with the BAO approval, we could be proceeding with winter burials this winter. So that to me means I would like to see the opening ceremony happen before the winter. Like ideally a fall. You know, if you had it yesterday, everyone would be sweltering in heat, even the butterflies. So I would rather see something happen in the fall, get the stone in place, have a ceremony. I think even if you open it to the entire community, I still don't think there's going to be a huge turnout other than probably the interested parties and maybe beyond. Like I could almost see some people coming from outside of the municipality as well.
Well, other communities that are
Yeah,
considering
exactly.
green burial sites. Deputy Mayor Dayu, hang on just a second. We'll go to the clerk.
Just like to bring this to council's attention, maybe make a recommendation if there were to be a bigger ceremony or a community event, that the cemetery does not do interments on Sundays, and that may be an opportunity in the event that there's families not being interment, because you can never. It will be a big deal.
Needs to be scheduled for Sunday. Thank you.
I would encourage council to think about seeking a speaker for the event. Someone who can draw the environmental green burial piece together with the fact that cemeteries are a very spiritual place. And this space, it isn't only for Church of England or United Church or, you know, or it's not a Catholic cemetery, but it's a green burial is a non-denominational space. And there are a tremendous amount of Indigenous teachings that could be brought in. I think that to find the right speaker who could not bless the space in a traditional Christian sense, but offer almost a human blessing reminding people of the fact that it is a spiritual space, even if we don't consider it to be a sacred space like the plots next door, but someone who can draw all of those threads together. It could be a really interesting part of the event. Don't know who that would be, but perhaps the Green Burial Society folk would know of someone would be interesting for us. Because it is an opportunity for a lot of teachings and education, but not in a lecture sense. It's an opportunity to embrace this philosophy. Just a thought.
What do you need from us for a resolution today? To proceed with timing, pricing, styles of stone?
If I may, through Mayor, I think I have enough details as far as the opening. So if we were able to do 1 stone or 2 stones, we spoke to that lightly. So if we had a direct, like,
Thoughts on that?
yeah, if a direction on that be helpful.
Thoughts from council on 1 or 2 stones?
I guess the plan for the stone would have to ultimately envision every single plot being filled in the cemetery. Not obviously on the same stone. I don't think we could get them all in, but we have a set number of plots, and we should have provision in our long-term thinking for that number of names on stones. So however that works out, be it 1 massive stone or 4, I think let's plan for the full number of names.
I believe that that's what Sarah's been doing. She's talked about the number of plots, with the people that she's been talking about for stones. I don't know. I mean, I guess we could do 1 stone, we could do 2 stones. We have both those options that would encompass all of the plots. It's the placement of them that's a little bit of a problem. Councillor Richards.
I think it's hard to say without having some imagery of this.
Oh, I have mentioned that. Imagery
So-
would help a lot.
I like, how do we say if we want 1 stone or 2 stones or 5 stones or 10 stones?
Don't even know what they look
We
like.
don't know what they look like,
Mhm.
and we're not too sure where exactly they're gonna be. But I agree, they should encompass the number of plots.
And the problem with that is that if we have to wait until the middle of August to make a decision on the stone, and then there's a couple of months yet to have it supplied, like we were just really running into a tight spot. And, I totally agree on the imagery would help. But, unfortunately, I didn't come up with that until too late after the agenda was adopted. Go ahead.
So I'm going to suggest this.
Could you
Sarah-
have suggested this
I
in this
will.
direction?
But Sarah has done such a wonderful job with all of this, so very passionately, so far beyond, what we initially expected to be done. I think we should just agree to let her make the decision on the stone.
I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. I completely agree with the work that you've done and the passion you put into this, the level of detail that you've given us. I think some of us who've been more involved in the green burials discussions have anticipated this level of detail. As to making a decision on the stone, I think that's got to be us to make that decision because there's a price attached to it as well.
I imagine that a stone that is able to incorporate all of the names that would eventually fill the space would be a massive stone.
Mhm.
And on that basis, I would prefer two more moderate sized stones.
And I think the complete opposite, and that's why, and we don't have the visuals, which is a problem. There's still an amount of detail. I hate to suggest that we have a special meeting in the summer. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the opposite actually of, then you have a bare stone for so long and then 1 stone that's starting to be filled in and it looks kind of odd. So my personal preference is 1, but ultimately, I think having a stone for the name is important. And, you know, and having it in place is very important. And I trust our staff to be very good with it.
Councilor Berry.
Was there, I feel we're getting a little bit into the weeds with this. I don't know, that's just me, but can we put the names on both sides of the stone?
Now you're talking about a wall.
Well, I don't know, if it's a stone.
But see,
laying on
there's
the
where the
ground.
pictures help us. There's where the, you know, the options for stones and pictures. Yeah, like I'm almost thinking we need to have a special meeting. A quick special meeting to look at some visuals, to make some decisions about St. Stephen's, period.
Sure.
Can we consider that? And we'll do a doodle poll to see when that we might be available to do that. And that gives Sarah time to, she's got some pictures and Terry has sent some pictures and you know, I did have a conversation with Terry on, you know, speaking on behalf of the Green Burial Society and you know, I think that this is something that we can work out. I think maybe a special meeting because there's a lot of little details and we need to do this in a time. I am hearing from everybody that we kind of need to do this in a timely way and that the stone needs to be in place. Stone or stones. Go ahead.
And I think we could also consider if there is a second or indeed a third stone, that they not even be put in place until the time is called for. You know, we wait until we need them and then we acquire the stone and we put it in. I think we could do that. So it isn't lots of blank space over a couple of stones.
There are some practicalities about the location of where the stone can go. And I mean, there's only so many places it can go. So we could talk about this probably for another hour. You know, I really think maybe a special meeting gives Sarah a little bit more time, couple of weeks to get some information, some photographs and, you know, so that we got some, you know, I know that Lisa has often said that I'm a visual person and me too. I've had a, you know, a vision in my mind all for months now about what a memorial stone would look like. And it doesn't look like any of the examples that we've seen. And that doesn't, you know, it just, choices.
Do you think it would be feasible to mock up the correct number of names? Is that something technically achievable? Yeah, okay.
If I may, would it, if council's supportive of this idea, instead of knowing for sure we need a special meeting, why don't I speak to and find out what the delivery time is? Because if I was able to prepare a report on options and we sign off on them at the August meeting, and let's say maybe delivery is only 1 month, maybe it's only 2 months. That's an unknown at this point. I'm speculating that it takes time just based on personal requests, but I'm happy to investigate. And so before we confirm a special meeting is required, let me get that, and then I can bring back specific. So at the August meeting, council would be specifically looking at option 1, option 2, option 3, and it's signed off on that day and it goes into production.
Unless you hear that it's going to be a longer period of time for the stones. I mean, that could work too. Another thing, and I cannot remember, I've got a vision in my mind of pictures that you showed that I saw. I was going to say you showed me, but you showed us or me of stones with plaques on them, a stone with a vine and leaves, with QR codes. If we had some visuals to help us with that, I mean, that would help because one or the other, depending on the choice that we go, might take more space. So, you know, that would help as well. Okay, so shall we try and see if Sarah can bring the information and we can make decisions, firm decisions in August, and that's enough time for us to get the stone in place that we wait. Otherwise, if it's not enough time, we'll try and call a special meeting when everybody's available, and that's just for that purpose alone. So what have you got there for a resolution?
Be resolved, council received report DC 1625 regarding an open ceremony for the Natural Green Burial Site at St. Stephen's Cemetery for information. And council direct staff to proceed with investigating options for a memorial stone and report back to council.
Sound okay? Mover and a seconder. Councilors Richards and Barry. All in favor? That's carried. Cap,
Burial website questions.
oh. Okay, so on the Green Burial website questions that were going to be posted, and we've all had a look at that. Did council have any concerns or questions or comments that they wanted to make about what was being proposed there? That there was a good work, good job. Go ahead.
Just had a couple of little fine tuning thoughts based on what people might come back with when they read it. The first one was on point 2, can I purchase my plot ahead of time? As obvious as it feels, I wonder if we should still include the natural green burial plots at St. Stephen's Cemetery are only available for purchase at the time of need rather than available at the time of need, because people might still, they're so used to being able to purchase their plot 70 years in advance. They may actually question the logic of what they're reading. I also wonder on that same point, the continuation is this approach supports the vision for the space to naturalize gradually. Yes, it does. Absolutely, it does. But the number one reason why we don't sell in advance is because we're legislatively not really able to. And I wonder if some reference to that would help, because again, without knowing the whole backstory, people might argue that, oh, well, I don't care where I go. I still just want to make sure I've got my space in line. But we've had all of that conversation already, and we know that that's not possible. So adding another line just to explain it's not about the philosophy as much as legislatively, this is how we need to do it in order to abide by the philosophy that the township is espousing. That was my number one. And then I've got another one.
So you're clear on what you've heard there, Sarah? I don't have any issues with it. Anybody have a problem with that? Your other one?
Number 6, what about winter burials? Winter burials are permitted in the natural green burial section at St. Stephen's Cemetery. Again, those without the backstory may need that little clarification that winter burials in that section are only permitted if they are also natural/green. Just because winter burials are permitted in that section doesn't mean that you can do it any which way. And I know it's so obvious for those around of us at the table, but I think it'll avoid the odd telephone calls to clarify.
Any comments or concerns on that? No, good points. So could I have a mover and a seconder to accept the report on questions and answers for the township website as amended? Go ahead, Sarah. No, go ahead, then we'll go to Councillor Barry.
Yeah, and then I just wanted to, as part of this report, just seek council support that if I do receive significant calls over the same question, that the clerk, with the clerk's approval, we can add to the questions. Like, these are not just the set in stone, but as I receive questions of clarification, that I can just start building that.
As in many of our documents, it's a living document, and if we see that we've missed something, by all means.
And actually on that, and I'm on the fence on this one, frankly, myself, that if someone is inquiring about our site who is very well aware of green burials and what the principles are and how things happen one place or another place, they may be asking the question, what would be the depth of the grave? I don't know if we would want to specify here that, we will be interring people to the full 5 feet rather than 3.5, or if that's not a necessary part of this Q&A.
I would suggest staying away from that, but just comment.
I was gonna say, through Mayor, I'm happy to add it in there if we get the request. Like, if I get one off, maybe not, but if I get an influx of calls for that, might be a useful piece of information in the Q&A. So.
Okay, so we'll move in a seconder for the document as amended. Mr. Barry and Richards.
Moved by Council Berry, second by Council Richter, be it resolved, Council receives report DC 1525 regarding a natural green burial website question and answers for information, and council confers with staff recommendation. Recommended question and answers regarding a natural green burial section at St. Stephen's Cemetery, and directs they be added to the township's website as amended. And finally, council delegates the authority to the clerk or designate to add additional questions and answers deemed necessary in accordance with the township cemetery bylaw and operating procedure related to the natural green burial section at St. Stephen's Cemetery.
All in favor? It's carried. Capital projects for cemeteries.
Thank you, Mayor. So this report is more of a long-term plan. So as council is aware, through purchases of plots, we contribute and monuments and stakeouts, we contribute legislatively to the care and maintenance fund. That trust fund is heavily regulated, and there are it is invested, the income that we make off of it is put in towards operating functions of the of the cemeteries only. There are a very short list of ways that you can access that, and one of them is cemetery expansion, and it can include columbarium and scattering gardens. So my ask is, if council is interested in the projects that I've listed, and we can certainly amend, take off, if it would be an interest of council for me to explore funding the projects through care and maintenance, I would have to, the staff would have to apply through the BAO. There are steps involved. But if there was interest in the expansion of those options, so scattering garden and columbarium might be a way to fund those. Without going into too many specifics, because I certainly can bring back a report if council is interested on the full specs. The repayment is as we sell. So as we sell, and it's a scattering right, a portion of that scattering right is returned to care and maintenance, the repayment of. So that all would probably, if we were approved to utilize the care and maintenance of borrow, I suspect there would be a formal plan. So what I wanted to discuss with council today is, of the 4 that I've listed, or maybe there's other options that council's thought of, all of the ones that we could, because I think if we're going to borrow, potentially we do it in all one shot, so that that process doesn't have to be repeated, because it is a lengthier process. So I'm happy to bring back a very detailed, but specifically to the project that council is supportive of. So the ones I've itemized here are scattering gardens of St. Peter's Cemetery. I heard that at my other report that was of interest. I did put a columbarium at St. Peter's. We do have one now. Whether there's space, I haven't fully examined with the Public Works Department to see where that potentially could fit, but I can certainly, if council's interested, that is something I could definitely do. Cremation plots / scattering gardens at St. Stephen's, at this time, maybe we hold that at another time, maybe down the road. And then the last one is the columbarium at St. Stephen's that council has mentioned before. So if council's supportive, I'm happy to look into what those projects could look like, how they could be funded through the care and maintenance fund, through the BAO and the legislative process, and bring back those details. But happy to have a discussion with council.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, thanks for this. My initial inclination would be to support starting off with capital project 1 and 2. The last number of years have been very focused on St. Stephen's, and this is an opportunity to really think about what do we want to do at St. Peter's, and supporting the community who most naturally want to be at St. Peter's. And for that reason alone, I would suggest 1 and 2.
Councillor Berry.
Initially, my support is for 1 and 2, but I'm not opposed, or I'm open to considering a columbarium at St. Stephen's as well.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I would have said 1 and 4. Or 1, 2, and 4.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
1, 2, and 4, I think looks good.
Okay. It sounds like we've got some concurrence there. We look forward to seeing another report. Mover and a seconder? Councillor Richards, Councillor Barry? Or did you have another question, Councillor Barry? Okay.
Moved by Councilor Richards, second by Councilor Barry, be it resolved, council receives report EC 1725 regarding public projects for cemeteries for information. And that council selects options 1, 2, and 4 and direct staff report.
All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The next item is the Stanhope Museum update. Is there anything that we need to talk about? Representatives from the Stanhope Museum Committee?
I'm happy to answer any questions. The big news is they're now open for the summer. And
As per their new big
they've
baggy
got
sign?
brand new
It's gone
sign.
now. Any questions? Mover to seconder to receive the minutes. Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Bayou.
Moved by Councilor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Bayou, be it resolved, council receives June 16, 2025, Stanhope Museum meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Saving one of the best things for last. Welcome, Mr. O'Callaghan for planning business.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
So your first report is a proposed shore road allowance closing on Couchard Lake.
Thank you. Yes, this is an application to close the shore road allowance in front of this property. The reason I did not include this in the consent agenda, I just wanted to highlight that this application was a result of building without a permit. So some construction work happened, a demolition work of an existing deck, which subsequently we discovered was on the shore road allowance, which in order to get a building permit and a demolition permit would require that they own the shore road allowance. So that's what triggered this application. So just wanted to highlight that for council's information, but staff are proposing it to proceed through the regular process.
Questions or comments? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to proceed as recommended? Councillor Shortreed and Richards. The next is a proposed road allowance closing. I'm sorry.
Moved by Councilor Shortreed, second by Councilor Richards, be it resolved, council received report PN 7025 regarding proposed shore road along closing fronting property located at part of block 2, concession 7, geographic township of Stanhope, Couchard Lake. Council approves in principle the application. Need to stop off and close the said shore road allowance and request the applicants to proceed in accordance with shoreline road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the proposed road allowance closing.
Thank you. Yes, this is an application to close a road allowance that's adjacent to this property on Quabbin Lake. My next report is a similar applications for the property on the other side of that road allowance. These two properties are accessed via private road. Historically, it was the license of occupation granted to, I believe it's this application, to cross the other property owners' property, as well as a license of occupation to cross the road allowance, which is still owned by the township. Staff are not recommending approval of this application or the next application. We are aware of some disputes with respect to access to not these two properties, but other properties that are considered water access only at this time. So given those concerns, staff don't see a benefit in township closing the road allowance at this time. There seems to be a few moving parts, and the road allowance may or may not come into play if new accesses, if they're trying to establish access to these other properties. So at this time, staff would recommend the denial of this application.
Comments or questions? Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to recommend denial of the application? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, council receives report PL 7325 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing between part of lot 1 concession 2, geographic township of Livingston, part of lot 32 concession 2, geographic township of Livingston. And council concurs with the recommendation made in the said report and denies application RA 325 created Stockholm Political Bay, motion to set approval.
All in favor? It's carried. Is there any additional comment you want to make about the other application?
No, I would have the same comments and recommend denial as well.
Any questions or comments? Could I have a moving a seconder then to approve the recommendation of denial? Councillor Shortreed and Mr. Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry, be it resolved, council receives report PL 7425 regarding the proposed road allowance between part of lot 1 concession 2 geographic township of Livingston and part of lot 32 concession 2 geographic township of Springbok. Council concurs with staff recommendation and denies application RA 325 made to stop on closing the day of portion for the said road allowance to list.
All in favor? That's carried. I think next is your planning department update. Any specific highlights you'd like to give us?
Just one that wasn't included on the report, and that's with respect to the short-term rental licensing. So we have actually just today posted online a location map of any licensed properties. So just wanted to bring that to council's attention. That was developed in-house by our bylaw enforcement officer, Robert Masha. So just wanted to thank him for his work on that. And he's been an integral part of the short-term rental licensing programs.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thanks, that's great. Would that include contact details of the property owners or only the visual location? And would it include the address?
So the information that's included is the address, license number, and roll number. So no contact information specifically is included.
Any other question? I just should let you know that one of the any lake association meeting that I've gone to so far have asked me for information about short-term rentals. And so thank you for the details that you've given me. There have been absolutely no concerns raised at lake meetings once I've given them the information. So far, so good.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Mover and a seconder to receive the report. Councillor Shortreed, Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, council received report PL 7525 regarding June monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, the Committee of Adjustment minutes from June the 27th. Any comments?
Nothing to highlight, but happy to answer.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive minutes? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, the council receives the June 27th, 2025 Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Under external board meetings. Dorset Partnership and or Health Hub.
Not until September.
September. Okay, thank you. Anything on Upwump?
Nothing on Upland, and there hasn't been a meeting of the Muskoka watershed since our last meeting.
Okay. The OPP Detachment Board is going to be having a meeting next week after County Council. The one thing that became pretty glaringly obvious is that there's a bit of lack of communications when it comes to specific incidents like what was just encountered on the airport road and North Shore Road. It was very difficult to get any updates. There were a lot of people calling with concerns about like what's going on, what do we do? Do we need to, can we go for a walk? Do we need to lock our houses up? Like, and of course, I was a bit concerned to see that the only information that was coming through was from the Peterborough scanner. And you know, the OPP used to have a communications officer that put out regular updates about things that were going on. You know, I think that what has been agreed by the detachment board chair is that we do definitely need to establish communications protocol. And at the very least, when something like that is going on, that there be information sent to the detachment board chair as well as each one of the four mayors, so that if we, you know, if we're starting to get questions or concerns, we've got some information we can give people. It took I started getting inquiries at the very beginning of the day, and they carried on through most of the day, and I didn't get any response through the detachment board until late afternoon. And I think things were still kind of ongoing there. And I mean, there were SWAT team members and dogs, and you know, I mean, it definitely something that was of concern to people when they see that sort of thing. I look forward to hearing, you know, what else comes out of that meeting next week, but that's one of the things that will be a focus is improved communications. And I can't think of anything else to say about that. Anything on the library board?
No, we're in summer hours for board meetings across the board. So the library board and the community safety and wellbeing plan, I have nothing to offer. Muskoka River Watershed, as we know, we won't receive anything until winter on that.
As to a county council update, there are some changes in staff, and there are some, you know, ongoing challenges associated with staffing, you know, members of staff who have left, members of staff where there have been illnesses or accidents associated. So we're kind of struggling through that as best we can. There have been a lot of discussions going on about both the improvements to the county administration building and the land titles office across the road. We can't seem to come to an agreement on exactly how we might proceed, and we have been looking at, or staff have been tasked with looking at options there. So that will come back to our meeting next week. There also, I mean, you've heard quite a bit about the work that's being done, or what to, you know, we can see coming ahead of us for service delivery. I will say reluctantly that there have been some pretty serious challenges with us coming to an agreement on how we move forward with service delivery, which is unfortunate. It's a tough one. I mean, we all have our own way of doing things. We all have our unique aspects, and anyway, that's going to be continuing, and it's unfortunate that it's been as challenging as it has. I think there was something you were going to mention.
Yes, but I'll bring more details at a subsequent meeting when we get the report from CKL. There's been a really interesting service operations review for the housing that is provided for the homeless and group housing, which of course is operated under City of Kawartha Lakes as the housing service manager for the county as well as Kawartha Lakes. But the operations review had some really interesting findings on how the county and the city communicate and how they use each other's information for budgeting, and what is expected or what is left outside of the service manager role for city council to think of and for the county to think of. It was a very, very well written report. And I'm sure City of Kawartha Lakes it was done by a consultant. City of Kawartha Lakes is taking that now and is going to be working on it. And when that comes through, I know it'll come to county, and I'd like to bring it here because it does help to frame the housing question in general, even though as a service manager, consolidated service manager, City of Kawartha Lakes only provides support to a couple of different types of housing on the highly vulnerable end of the people who are seeking housing these days. The spectrum of housing needs and how reserves are built up and how municipalities get involved in supporting the increase of affordable housing is all tied to this report. And there's some really interesting food for thought there. So I look forward to bringing it back. I think there has to be more conversation on the county's role in coordinating thinking on affordable housing versus the 4 municipalities and where there are cost efficiencies there, et cetera. And I think that kind of conversation can come from county's first review of this report. So sit tight, it will be coming, but I'll wait until I have something more county specific until we get into the details.
I will say, just to add to that, there was a time a number of years ago where communications between the City of Kawartha Lakes and the county was not stellar. And it has improved considerably over time. I mean, it's still, they are the service manager and, have the ultimate say. But things are improving in that regard. But I will also say that I think we can, one of the challenges that we are going to face is substantial increases in costs for housing and housing initiatives coming forward. And that's something that we're going to have to include in our budgets right here. Might hit us like a ton of bricks. So yeah, not great news, but at least gives you a bit of an update. I right about now, I think that's about it. There are a number of delegations that are going forward to AMO. But I'm not sure that any of them really have an impact on what goes on here. So moving on, any questions? Moving on to general business. You had, I'm sure that I've spoken to all of you, and you've heard that there has been a request from Hawk Lake Association to appoint a member of council to their source water protection working group. This is a relatively new initiative. FOCA did a pilot project last year with another municipality, basically geared to further information for residents about the importance of shoreline preservation, septic inspection programs, the things you need to really think about if you're a lake resident. As if there hadn't been enough information out there anyway, but whatever helps keep protecting the environment is helpful. Now, my one concern, and I think the value of having involvement in this working group, is that it also allows them to have input into zoning and zoning bylaws. And, I think that if there's there's some assumptions that could be made at say a lake association or a working group, that they don't have the knowledge that they might have if someone from council is there to say, hey, well, wait a minute, that's not the way it works, or here's how you might want to approach this. That I do think that it's beneficial for us to make that appointment. And having spoken to a number of you and given this some consideration, it's my recommendation that Councillor Richards be appointed to this working group. So if I could have a mover and a seconder to accept that, Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry. They have had one meeting, and they usually, I think she said they meet on Tuesday afternoons. Anyway, you can, get in contact with them, but I know they have had one sort of general working meeting to kind of lay out how they're going to go forward.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Barry, be it resolved, council receives correspondence from Shelley Fellows, President of Hawk Lake Property Owners Association, requesting an appointed township representative to participate on the community based working group for the source water protection project being undertaken by Halls Hawk Lake Property Owners Association under the leadership of the Federation of Ontario Cottage Association, and further the council appoints Council Richards to the work.
All in favor? That's carried. I will also say that they had a requested representation on a parking committee that they have established. Looking probably most particularly at Big Hawk Lake Road, but looking at parking in general and you know, they were suggesting that that they work with staff. I thought that might be putting staff in a difficult, awkward position. And spoke to our CAO about that, who agreed. And what I had suggested that they do, if they have, you know, some concrete thoughts and suggestions to make about parking, as we're working on parking in that area anyway, that they make a delegation to council and let us know what their thoughts are. And I think I'm fairly certain that they'll do that, I think at their August meeting. So we look forward to that. Look forward to hearing any suggestions or thoughts that they've got about that. Is there any notices of motion? Are there any notices of motion? Hearing none. Were there any comments or requests for correspondence supports? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the correspondence summary? Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Council Barry, be it resolved, Council receives on July 17th correspondence 16 for information.
All in favor? Not carried. And now we move into bylaws. Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the bylaws as presented? Councillor Barry and Richards.
Moved by Council Barry, second by Council Richards, be it resolved, the following bylaws be received and read the first time, considered read a second, third time, and finally passed with appropriate seal affixed. Bylaw 2025-70 to appoint a deputy fire chief training officer, Chris Shelley. Bylaw 2025-71 establishing and regulation Algonquin Highlands Fire Department.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the confirmation bylaw? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Council Shortreed, be it resolved, bylaw 2025-72 being bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its July 17th, 2025 regular meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with appropriate seal affixed.
All in favor? Anyone like to make a motion to adjourn? Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Richards.
Moved by Council Barry, second by Council Richards, be it resolved, July 17th, 2025 regular meetings hereby adjourned at 3:52 p.m.
All in favor? Thank you, everyone. I know this was a very long meeting. There were a couple of pretty good discussions, some of which will come back, but you know, I appreciate your time and your patience, especially your patience with myself.